of undermining the efforts of our fishermen, our residents of coastal communities, the economy in the Chesapeake Bay, and is a misguided amendment. So I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back my time.
Lady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request to record a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 83, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 83, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes the funding for the Council on Environmental Quality. Now, it sounds lofty and awesome. The Council on Environmental Quality was created by the National Environmental Policy Act in 1969 to advance environmental policies and to meet requirements under NEPA. Now, of course, it's duplicative because now we have the EPA. You know, we create a new agency, but we never get rid of the other agency, and they both do the same thing. But this one, supercharged now under this administration, has tasked the CEQ with developing policies on climate change, environmental justice, federal sustainability, all while creating more paperwork under NEPA that the previous administration actually worked to reverse. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, these policies are what are holding America back. Onerous NEPA requirements and state-level laws like those in California are holding back countless programs and construction projects around the country. You can't get anything permitted. Things take years upon years. People say, why does it take too long? This is why. They are also part of the left's apparatus that aims to shift America's entire way of life by meeting unscientific emission goals. They're not scientific. They're created out. They're political goals. They're not scientific goals. As written, the Department of Energy's own estimate for their gas stove rule show that only 4% of gas stoves available on the market today meet the new standard, essentially forcing Americans to choose electric stoves without any. It's not based on science. They just want you to use electricity, not gas. And so they come up with the metrics. This is part of this Council on Environmental Quality. We don't need them. We've got the EPA. We don't need the duplication. I urge support and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purposes does the gentlelady from Maine rise?
I seek time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment eliminates the funding for the Council on Environmental Quality. The office is responsible for coordinating the federal government's efforts to improve, preserve, and protect Americans' public health and environment. It also works to ensure that environmental reviews for infrastructure projects and federal actions are thorough, efficient, and reflect the input of the public and local communities. This amendment would hobble the office and result in significant delays to infrastructure projects around the country. I oppose this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know about significant delays. We're already experiencing significant delays. All these construction projects takes decades to complete something. And so if we're going to just keep doing the same thing, which apparently that's what the gentlelady on the other side of the aisle wants to do, we're going to continue to experience significant delays. Maybe this isn't the answer. I'd be happy to hear what the answer is if it's not this. But doing the same thing isn't going to change anything. And that's what we're looking to do, is make it more efficient. The EPA could do this work. The EPA should do this work. We don't need both these agencies at the same time duplicating each other's efforts and wasting American tax dollars. I reserve.
Gentleman reserve. The gentlelady from Maine.
I reserve.
Gentlelady from Maine reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is
I
recognized.
urge adoption. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Maine.
Yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
To record a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 84, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise as the designee for the gentleman from Texas, and I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 84, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Pennsylvania and member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 summers ago, the EPA released a regulatory agenda which included the consideration of redesignation of ozone attainment in the Permian Basin. This discretionary, wholly discretionary action would impose new regulatory burdens, new regulations on the U.S. oil and gas industry, which will only worsen the cost of living problems that we already have and the high energy problems that we're already experiencing. A non-attainment redesignation will have a considerable, almost an unbelievable negative local impact that cannot be understated. In rural America, the energy industry generates high-paying jobs for working families and is the driver of the Texas and New Mexico economies. Additionally, the industry annually contributes over $20 billion to the state of Texas local coffers to fund public education, emergency responders, hospitals, conservation projects, and more. If the EPA finalizes this redesignation, most rural communities in this area will face substantial economic hardship. Somebody's going to have to make up that money. And by the way, it's not just Texas and the Permian Basin. If you ever travel to there, if you're in the airport, you will see people traveling to and from the Permian Basin because the jobs there, they're going to the basin for the jobs, they're flying back to the East Coast. They'll work a couple weeks on and take a week off and go back to the East Coast. So it's not just the Permian Basin that's going to be affected. It's states like Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Georgia, where the men and women that I talked to when I was in the airport there were traveling to and from. Now, in May of this year, Representative Pfluger hosted Region 6 administrator, the administrator, to see the impacts of a potential redesignation and the actions producers are already taking to reduce emissions to record levels. During her visit, it was made clear that the EPA does not have monitors on the Texas side of the Permian Basin. They don't even have monitors there. And all the data is being used to build the case for non-attainment. The non-attainment redesignation is based on either modeling or monitors in some other state, not even in Texas. Now, we've seen this before. That is why Representative Pfluger recently introduced the Show the Data Act, which mandates that any non-attainment redesignation by the EPA cannot be based on air quality monitor data from some other state or area or counties being designated. They have to be in the county, in the state. That would be nice. The Permian Basin is proud of its environmental record. Their producers have led the world in emissions reduction, innovation, and sustainable practices. Permian Basin producers continue to reduce emissions of ozone precursors while increasing energy production. As a matter of fact, methane emission intensity in the Permian dropped by nearly 70% between 2011 and 2020, even as oil and gas production in the region rose by over 320%. And they didn't need the federal government coming down there with monitors outside the area telling them how to do that without a reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Maine is recognized.
I seek time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much. I rise in opposition to this amendment. It's a legislative earmark to benefit oil and gas producers. It would tell the EPA to ignore potentially unhealthy air in the counties that make up the Permian Basin. For the past few years, air monitors located in the Permian Basin area have shown violations well above the EPA's 2015 ozone standard. So it is more than reasonable for the EPA to evaluate conditions in the area consistent with the requirements of the Clean Air Act. But this amendment would prevent the EPA from redesignating the Permian Basin as being in non-attainment of the 2015 ozone standard. Under the Clean Air Act, the EPA is required to set a national ambient air quality standard for contaminants. like the ground level ozone, that are adequate to protect public health, including the health of sensitive groups such as children and the elderly. These health-based standards, the NACs, must reflect the recent scientific and medical data. Once the EPA sets or revises the NACs, EPA uses air monitoring data and recommendations from states to determine which areas meet those standards and those that do not, known as being in non-attainment. States then go to work to develop plans using the most cost-effective strategies to bring non-attainment areas in compliance with the standard. Allowing a region that exceeds the standard to be considered in attainment doesn't do anything for the families and the workers living in those counties breathing the toxic air. It tells Americans that there is nothing to see here while they bear the brunt of the environmental hazards. Contrary to what polluters would have you believe, being designated as non-attainment does not shut down the economies. Businesses have and do continue to operate and expand in non-attainment areas. However, the designation ensures that states and businesses are taking the measures to control air pollution and helps communities to achieve cleaner, healthier air. The interior bill we are considering today includes 92 poison pill riders in the base bill, and I object to the inclusion of any more. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I suspect that Representative Pfluger would be aghast at the claim that this is a legislative earmark. There's no money involved in this. And by the way, the air quality has continued to improve. Since 1990, ozone concentration have decreased by 25%, and emissions of ozone precursors like VOCs and nitrogen oxides have dropped by 47% and 65%. Let me just tell you, Mr. Chairman, this is how this goes. The EPA sets a level through the Clean Air Act, they attain it, and then the EPA just keeps lowering it and lowering it and lowering it, and it's used by the left, the people that hate the oil and gas industry, hate civilization, hate energy, to say that you can no longer produce because you can't attain it. That's what they do. And to say that, well, it's not going to have any effect if we put them in the non-attainment zone. It's not going to have any effect on the producers, on local businesses. Well, it's not going to have any effect, then why would you do it? It's going to have an effect. They're going to be out of jobs. That's the effect. It's a thinly veiled attempt at curbing the oil and gas production, and it will destroy local jobs, state revenues, and more importantly, our national security. Do you think China, Russia, which country that's competing with us in the oil and gas industry, do you think which country do you think is telling their producers that they're not meeting attainment? None of them. You think Iran is doing that? We're buying Venezuelan oil. We're buying Russian gas in the Northeast. It's absurd. Congress must not allow this to move forward. I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague on the other side of the aisle said that I hated oil and gas, I hated civilization, and I hated energy. Honestly, I don't hate oil and gas. I certainly don't hate civilization. In fact, I hope we can continue our civilization. But I am deeply concerned if we continue our dependence on oil and gas, that we won't have a civilization, that our children and grandchildren won't have the opportunities that we had, that our small businesses and our communities won't be able to function. The whole reason we're talking about any of this is because we have the impending challenge of climate change that is already upon us today. And in order to reduce the effects of climate change, we have to reduce our use of oil and gas. And we have to make sure that the pollution, as we're talking about in this bill, isn't impacting our communities. It's interesting, my colleague mentioned that in the airport, he sees people traveling to and from to work in this area. Is it possible that people don't want to live in this area because the pollution and the effects are too strong and they'd prefer just to go to work and then get home to breathe some clean air somewhere else? My colleague assumes that if we don't continue at the level we're operating on, that we'll be buying oil from Iran or China or Russia. He seems to forget that we have a booming industry going on in green energy, whether it's renewable solar or wind or many of the other innovations that are taking place right now. They are far outpacing our use of oil and gas, and in many states, the green energy jobs and the innovation are where all of the economic development and activity is. So for him to say this is our only opportunity, or this is all because some of us hate oil and gas or want to penalize people for this, it's absolutely wrong. We are merely trying to build our country bring our country into this modern era, make sure that we are investing in energy. I don't hate energy. I believe in renewable energy, and I believe there are tremendous opportunities out there. And I also want to make sure that communities that are impacted by the pollution, as we're talking about here, are protected, that those communities have the right to breathe clean air, as we all hope we can do. So I would ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 85, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise as the designee for the gentleman from Texas, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 85, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits any of the funding from being used to carry out environmental justice activities. Let me explain this to you. Environmental justice is nothing more than the synthesis of divisive racial ideology and radical environmentalism in the same package. This entire ideology is based on the notion that federal environmental funding should be allocated based on immutable characteristics. Biden's Justice 40 initiative directs 40% of federal clean energy and energy efficiency spending based on ethnicity, migrant status, and income status. How is that fair in America? I don't hear anything about the fact that poor communities are hurt hardest by this administration's inflationary energy policy. Just last year, the Census Bureau found that 36% of consumers say it has been somewhat to very difficult for them to pay their usual bills in the last 7 days. That's a 25% increase from the prior year. And I hear it in my own district. Environmental justice is just another way for this administration to funnel dollars, your tax dollars, to radical left-wing groups, including anti-Israel groups. And I think that's important to note today. In December of 2023, the Biden administration announced it would award $600 million in environmental justice funding. $50 million went to the Climate Justice Alliance, which organized anti-Israel protest in the Capitol Rotunda last year. What does any of that have to do with the environment? Climate Justice Alliance website has a Free Palestine webpage that states the path to climate justice travels through a free Palestine. I'm sorry, I don't see the nexus. Will my Democrat colleagues vote to send money to these groups, Iran's useful idiots, by opposing this amendment on the day that the Prime Minister of Israel came and addressed a joint session? I sure hope not, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine rise?
I seek time in opposition to this amendment.
The chair is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In recent years, Democrats have made historic investments in environmental justice, and the EPA has already put those dollars to good use. It's unfortunate that my colleagues across the aisle continue to attack good government programs. Environmental justice ensures that all Americans receive the same degree of protection from environmental and health hazards, which is particularly important in rural communities, many of which are in the very districts of my colleagues across the aisle and myself. Rural communities and low-income communities have long been targeted by corporations, regulatory agencies, and local planning and zoning boards when siting polluting facilities. This includes things like landfills, waste transfer stations, incinerators, garbage dumps, diesel, bus, and truck garages, auto body shops, smokestack industry, industrial hog and chicken processors, oil refineries, chemical manufacturers, and radioactive waste storage areas. And because of this, these communities typically have lower property values, higher health disparities, and shorter lifespans. So why would my colleagues try to defund any effort to improve the lives of people in rural and low-income communities? It's not yet another attempt to implement an extreme agenda, to attack minority groups at all costs, and to return the United States to a time where environmental discrimination was the norm. I urge my colleagues to support our rural and our low-income communities by rejecting this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know about all Americans. As a matter of fact, many of the communities that I represent are lower income. They're struggling to pay their electricity bills, and I doubt that they've gotten $50 million or part of the Climate Justice Alliance. Most of my constituents don't have time to run around protesting with Free Palestine signs the day that the Prime Minister of Israel is addressing Congress. But I will tell you this: justice should not be based on ethnicity, migrant status, or income status. Justice should be blind in America. Unfortunately, we've gotten away from that, and this is funding it. So I suggest that we all vote in favor of this and have justice be blind and have all Americans and all citizens treated equally. I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Maine is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 88, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. What purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 88, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 88 to H.R. 8998 will ensure states and other cooperating entities that provide search and rescue services on federal lands can receive reimbursement. In northern Minnesota, the St. Louis County Rescue Squad assists people lost or injured in the Boundary Waters Canoe area, which is federal land in my district. According to a Duluth News Tribune article, the squad's reported budget is about $450,000 per year. However, with the roughly 30,000 hours volunteer members dedicate to the cause each year, it is estimated that the squad provides about $3.5 million in free labor annually. Recently, tragedy struck the BWCA. Two canoeists, Jesse Hagen of Cambridge and Reese Grams of Lino Lakes, fell over Curtin Falls. The St. Louis County Rescue Squad spent over 2 weeks on a search and rescue mission looking for these two individuals before they located their bodies. May these two souls rest in peace. Of the 95 members of the St. Louis County Rescue Squad, 61 took part in the Curtin Falls mission. Combined, they work almost 6,000 hours. During a recent meeting I had with Squad Captain Rick Slatton, he estimated that the cost of the mission was around $150,000, over a quarter of their annual budget on one call. As a former law enforcement officer, I know that rescue squads are critical to ensuring the safety of the constituencies and the many tourists that visit each year. During a search and rescue mission, every second counts, and we need these crews to have the resources necessary to stay on top of their game, or at a minimum know that they have the backing of the federal government to do what they can to save lives. As the bill currently reads, the Wildland Fire Management Account can be used to reimburse states and other cooperating agencies for services provided in response to wildfire and other emergencies or disasters. This amendment simply clarifies that search and rescue is a part of that reimbursement category. This will ensure that our search and rescue squads can continue to conduct these vital services in our communities. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Sirs, for what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota rise? Does any member claim time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to quickly close this. And search and rescue volunteer rescue squads from small townships and small cities across America enter our federal lands to rescue people that are in our federal lands for enjoyment. It costs a lot of money to keep up equipment. It costs a lot of time and training. And these dollars will recognize them in saying that their rescue efforts are important to all of us. So I ask that this amendment be made in order, and I ask for it to be voted on in support on the floor. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Minnesota. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair is the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 89, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 89, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment that prohibits any funds from being used to designate the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness located within the Superior National Forest in northern Minnesota National Monument under the Equities Act. The Superior National Forest is a working industrial forest, and it should always remain one. Responsible mining and responsible timber harvesting are desired traits of the forest. Mining and timber harvesting are part of our way of life in northern Minnesota, and they exist hand in hand with recreation and conservation. This amendment protects our way of life and protects against an activist administration here in Washington taking steps to change it. In December 2016, while they were on their way out of office, the Obama-Biden administration made a last-minute Antiquities Act designation for Bear Ears in southeastern Utah. The amendment before you today is an insurance policy to ensure the Biden-Harris administration doesn't make a last-ditch effort to do the same and designate a new monument in northern Minnesota, which would jeopardize desired responsible use of the Superior National Forest, again, a working industrial forest. Contrary to what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will likely argue, this amendment will not jeopardize any existing protections that the wilderness area already enjoys. This amendment does not expand mining or timber harvesting into the boundary waters. This amendment ensures we can continue to mine and harvest timber outside of the boundary waters. Let me be clear. Mining will never take place in the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. That has been settled since 1978, when Congress passed the Boundary Waters Wilderness Act. Back in 1978, my predecessor, then Representative of the 8th Congressional District, Democrat Jim Oberstar, stood here on the House floor and argued our ability to responsibly mine and harvest timber in the Superior National Forest shall never be infringed. This amendment is quite simple. It simply reaffirms Congress's intent when the 1978 Wilderness Act was passed. It simply protects against overreach from the executive branch. And most importantly, it protects our way of life in northern Minnesota. I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment, and Mr. Chair, I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in time of opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Unfortunately, my colleague from Minnesota has offered an amendment which doesn't make sense, and I'll explain why, Mr. Chair. The amendment is directed at the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. but there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what is wilderness and how it's designated, what happens in the Superior National Forest, and the way this amendment is drafted. First, the amendment would prohibit the administration from designating the BWCA as a national monument. Well, when the Antiquities Act was passed by Congress to give the president the ability to protect vulnerable lands that contain valuable scientific, cultural, historic resources, the BCA was already protected. Wilderness, Mr. Chair, is the most protective and restricted designation we have for public lands. The level of wilderness that it affords exceeds what the National Monument designation offer is. So what I think the member is attempting to do, I might disagree with him, but he has the right to do it, would be to leave out the Boundary Waters Canoe Wilderness Area and just talk about the Superior National Forest, which is not part of that wilderness area. And that his amendment would make sense. I wouldn't support it, but his amendment would make sense. So, Mr. Chair, with that, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate my good friend and colleagues from Minnesota's comments. I will tell you that in 2016, on their way out, the Obama-Biden administration, for purely political reasons, pulled leases, mining leases, for a company that wanted to mine critical minerals in northeastern Minnesota. And the Biden-Harris administration went against the Supreme Court and ruled, when the Supreme Court ruled that it's unconstitutional to pay off student loans, and they still did it. So what this says, Mr. Chair, is as the Biden-Harris administration is in their waning days here, they can't diminish our opportunities in northeastern Minnesota, period. And I reserve.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chair, as I said, the gentleman from Minnesota and I from the 8th Congressional District might disagree on some of the things. I can't in good conscience support this amendment because it's not drafted in a way that would even do what the gentleman would like to do. It is just written wrong. The Boundary Waters Wilderness Canoe Area is protected. It is wilderness. Any portion thereafter, as it is in the amendment, would be parts that are not part of the Boundary Water Wilderness Canoe Area. So by having that in the amendment is not drafted properly. And for that and other reasons, I just close with this. I would urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and we look forward to, in the future, having this discussion, maybe next year, with an amendment in which you and I can disagree on the principle and not the way it's drafted. With that, I yield back.
The woman yields back. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I do not trust the Biden-Harris administration on their way out. I do not trust them on their way out. This will ensure that the Superior National Forest and the Boundary Waters Canoe Area wilderness remains as is, and there's no antiquities put forth. I do not trust the Biden-Harris administration when it comes to mining. They are the most anti-mining administration in the history of the United States of America. They haven't opened one mine. And I yield back.
And yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Minnesota. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 90, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 90, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment that prohibits any funds from being used to expand the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness within the Superior National Forest in northern Minnesota. Mining and timber harvesting have played a significant role in the culture and economy of northern Minnesota for well over a century. Mining and timber harvesting are our past, our present, and our future in northern Minnesota. We have proven we can mine and harvest timber responsibly, all while still protecting and enjoying the beautiful area that we call home. Anti-mining and anti-forestry activists in this administration have taken step after step to attack our way of life in Minnesota. As my colleagues in this chamber have heard me discuss time and time again, the Biden-Harris administration have used every tool to ban mining in northern Minnesota. They pulled the long-held leases for the Twin Metals project where copper was to be mined responsibly. Then they went even further and put into place a 20-year mineral withdrawal, banning mining on 225,504 acres in the working industrial Superior National Forest. What is next, Mr. Chairman? What will they do next to attack our way of life and further stop mining in northern Minnesota? My amendment will prevent the Biden-Harris administration from expanding the wilderness area while they are on their way out of the door later this year. Just like my last amendment, this amendment does nothing to jeopardize existing protections for the boundary waters. This amendment does not expand mining or timber harvesting into the boundary waters. It simply ensures our ability to responsibly mine and harvest timber outside of the boundary waters. This amendment simply ensures this administration or any future administration cannot further attack our way of life in northeastern Minnesota. And I urge all my colleagues to support my amendment. And Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I seek recognition in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, again, this amendment, unfortunately, like the last one, is flawed, and in fact, in my opinion, it's not even relevant. It prohibits the administration from using funds to expand the Boundary Waters Wilderness. I want to be clear. The executive branch cannot expand wilderness, period. They can't. Only an act of Congress, only we can expand wilderness. So unless the Republican House leadership is planning on bringing a bill to the floor to expand the BWCA wilderness boundaries, or a bill allowing the administration to unilaterally designate public lands as wilderness area, this amendment makes no sense. Like the past amendment, this amendment is directed at the Boundary Waters Wilderness Canoe Area. And unfortunately, they betray a fundamental understanding of what wilderness is and how it's designated. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have to remember that as we speak, the U.S. Forest Service is looking to purchase 70,000 acres to the wilderness from the School Trust Fund. So they're looking to expand the wilderness as we speak. Again, what this does is it ensures that the Biden-Harris administration, on their way out, don't do anything to expand the wilderness area. And my good friend and colleague from Minnesota says that the executive branch can't. They will try. And what this does, Mr. Chair, it ensures them not even considering it because it's part of legislation now. And I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, the school public trust lands that are being purchased are not being purchased to be put into wilderness. They can't be. The Forest Service can purchase them. The county can purchase them if they're up for sale. The state of Minnesota has a say in it. I served in the State House. But the Biden-Harris administration cannot, even if purchased, designate them as wilderness unless we, as the Congress, the House and the Senate, vote affirmatively to do some and then send a bill to the president's desk. So I understand the passion. It's clear that my colleague, the gentleman from the 8th Congressional District, and I have different points of view on the BWCA and its protection of this pristine water up there. But these two amendments just bring the Boundary Waters Canoe Wilderness Area into a political fight that it doesn't belong in because the amendments are not drafted properly. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to reserve the balance of my time. We probably are ready to close, but I'm going to reserve for now.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
You know, I've offered 3 amendments in the last 2. I've said it, I think, maybe 3 or 4 times now. As the Biden-Harris administration exit at the end of this year, I don't trust what they're going to do to our wilderness area, our mining, and our timber harvesting. They've proven it. The Obama-Biden administration took a run at northeastern Minnesota when they pulled the leases on their way out. What this does, Mr. Chair, is ensures that this blocks them from the attempt. This blocks them from the attempt to devastate northeastern Minnesota more so than they've already done. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chair, once again, I understand what the gentleman's attempting to do, but the way this is drafted, it doesn't do it. And I just want my colleagues to think hard about amendments that fundamentally represent the laws that govern wilderness areas, including the boundary waters. I hear you loud and clear that you don't agree with decisions made by this current administration, but the decisions that you're talking about into the future are not part of the Boundary Waters Wilderness Canoe Area. And for that reason, I object this amendment because it's just technically flawed. And with that, I yield back.
It's back. Members are reminded to address their comments to the chair. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Minnesota. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 91, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 91, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Chair, I rise today to offer my amendment number 91 to reduce the salary of Council on Environmental Quality, CEQ Chair Brenda Mallory to $1. Mr. Chair, I've spoken numerous times on this floor about the dangerous rule proposed by the Federal Acquisition Regulation, FAR Council, entitled Federal Acquisition Regulation, Disclosure of Greenhouse Gas Emissions and the Climate-Related Financial Risk. This disastrous rule proposed by the FAR Council has numerous constitutional, national security, and practical concerns, none of which have been adequately addressed by the FAR Council. However, as part of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee's ongoing investigation into the basis for this rule, it was uncovered that the CQ, which does not possess rulemaking abilities, pushed the FAR Council to implement its radical agenda and publish this rule. First and foremost, this rule requires that all federal contractors who do business with worth more than $50 million with the federal government must disclose Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. This rule also seeks to require major federal contractors to comply with the Paris Climate Accords, which have never even been ratified by the Senate. But the most objectionable part of this rule is the requirement that companies set climate targets and then have them validated by one specifically named company called Science Based Targets Initiative, or SBTI. SBTI is a foreign, not American, foreign London-based company which inherently carries national security concerns. Under this rule, every major federal contractor, including companies critical to our national security and our defense industrial base, would have to provide this foreign-owned company with information about all of their Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, and then strategize on how to reduce them. Despite the existence of numerous American-based companies that could fill the same role, the FAR Council and CEQ chose a foreign company as the sole source provider. Why? Let's get into this. Because SBTI is nothing but a front for Democratic donors and advocacy groups. SBTI is owned by the We Mean Business Coalition, which is a project of the New Venture Fund, which is managed by the dark money super PAC known as Arabella Advisors. Arabella Advisors, for those who don't know, is the George Soros-funded left-wing advocacy group that funnels dark money into left-wing causes and candidates. To summarize, the Biden administration has named a subsidiary of one of their top donors, a left-wing dark money organization, as the sole source provider for all climate target validating for all major federal government contractors. During a hearing in the Science, Space, and Technology Committee on this rule, even the Democrat witness said that SBTI was a poor choice for this role, yet CEQ and FAR Council forged ahead anyway. No federal bureaucrat should be mandating that companies funnel money into the Democrats' dark money operations. This is the very definition of corruption. As the head of CEQ, Brenda Mallory played an integral role in pushing for this rule. Her salary must be defunded. I look forward to working with Chairman Lucas, Chairman Obernolte, and all of my colleagues on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee to expose the corruption behind this proposed rule and halt its finalization and implementation. Mr. Chair, I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition? Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose this amendment and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I just urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 92, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 92, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer my amendment number 92 to the Interior Appropriations Bill to prohibit funding for President Biden's Executive Order 14019, entitled Executive Order on Promoting Access to Voting. This order requires federal agencies to use their power, influence, resources, and federal funding to enter into agreements with non-governmental organizations to conduct voter registration and other mobilization activities. Mr. Chair, this executive order is nothing but a blatant attempt to transform the federal government into a partisan, get-out-the-vote machine for Democrats. The Department of Interior and the Environmental Protection Agency should be completely nonpartisan and should not be using taxpayer funds and resources to actively engage in get-out-the-vote operations that have nothing to do with the department's core missions, not to mention the obvious mission creep and Hatch Act violations that this activity triggers. Mr. Chair, President Biden should not be weaponizing the federal agencies and the federal government using American taxpayer dollars to manipulate and steer our elections in a partisan manner. And let me be clear, the Department of Interior is actively carrying out Executive Order 14019. The Heritage Foundation has subpoenaed numerous documents and emails related to the Department of Interior's implementations of this radical executive order, including this interim plan, which I show and give for the record, that is fully redacted. Fully redacted. I wonder why the department would fully redact this plan if it had nothing to hide. As the co-founder and chair of the Election Integrity Caucus, it is my privilege to introduce this amendment to restore transparency and confidence in our democratic process, while keeping partisan federal bureaucrats in the swamp, literally, from deliberately tipping the balance at the ballot box. I stand firmly behind the concept of one citizen, one vote, as enshrined in our Constitution. However, I do not support this blatantly partisan mobilization of the federal government for political purposes. The funds appropriated in this bill should be used as intended, such as to protect public lands, for hunting, fishing, not implementing a partisan get-out-the-vote initiative using federal dollars and using federal employees. With that, Mr. Chair, I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment, which will preserve election integrity and stop the Biden administration from transforming the Department of Defense into a get-out-the-vote partisan machine for the Democrats. Let's make voting great again. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
I seek time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. The right to vote is a foundation of American democracy. Free and fair elections are a hallmark of our country, and all Americans should have the opportunity to exercise their right to vote without confronting obstacles. The laws of the United States prohibit racial discrimination, but we are aware of instances where Americans in certain communities are confronted with long lines at the polls or barriers to their participation. I'm disappointed my colleague would want to restrict funding for this executive order that strives to make voter registration easier, expand access to information, and make voting more accessible. My colleagues across the aisle talk about protecting First and Second Amendment rights, yet they would prohibit funding for efforts to ensure the basic democratic right for every American to vote. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I respectfully disagree with my colleague's interpretation of this bill. I can't think of anything worse than having people who are on an important mission working in the Department of Interior or other agencies, than getting them out to engage in partisan get-out-the-vote efforts, being at the polls, helping people vote. That is not their job. That is the job of the states. Each one of the states is required under law to make sure and administer our elections, and to be sure that we have one citizen, one vote, that we have free and fair elections and access to voting. That is not the job of the federal government. In fact, federal employees are prohibited from this kind of illegal activity under the Hatch Act. And for that reason, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and prohibit our dollars and our employees from being forced to get engaged in partisanship at the ballot box, instead of working on keeping our communities safe and keeping our environment free from some of the interferences that we're seeing from the Biden administration. And with that, I yield.
The gentlewoman from New York yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 93, printed in Part B of House Report 118-602. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 93, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1370, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment strikes funding in the bill to close existing Forest Service roads. Maintaining and expanding access to our public lands has been a priority for me and many of my colleagues on the Natural Resources Committee this Congress. Another lesser known but equally important threat to access is the closure and decommissioning of roads and trails. Since 1991, the Forest Service has decommissioned an average of 2,000 miles of roads per year. Public lands across the nation are under threat from big city environmental groups who are hell-bent on restricting public access to our shared public lands. Shutting down these avenues for access doesn't just limit opportunities for recreational activities like hunting, fishing, and ATVing, it also makes responsible management efforts more difficult and expensive. And that's exactly their goal. My subcommittee saw these road closures firsthand in the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest in my district during a field hearing in May. It is not a coincidence that many of these local road closures correlate with a decline in the local forest products industry, the same industry that helps keep our forests and the communities that depend on them healthy and vibrant. Forest Service roads can also act as an important fire break for wildfires and allow quicker access to go fight them. The language of decommissioning roads that are no longer needed is quite vague, and in my experience, the Forest Service has not been very good about coordinating with local communities before closing roads that many people use. Mr. Speaker, why are we spending tax dollars to close roads we spent tax money to build? It makes no sense. Let's make a U-turn on the harmful policy and stop throwing up roadblocks that make it more difficult for Americans to visit these special places. I ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment, Mr. Chair.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would be detrimental to the Forest Service ability to maintain quality fisheries and safe public drinking water. Decommissioning of roads is a critical tool in the management of the National Forest System that allows the service to remove roads that are no longer necessary and are likely to cause resource damages to the local watershed, affecting fish habitat and water quality. Decommissioning is used judiciously within the National Forest System, and it is necessary for the Forest Service to ensure that the removal of the road will have little to no impact to public access or fire suppression. Often, when one road is decommissioned, another existing road is identified as the alternative access to the local area, which allows access to be maintained. This is an unnecessary amendment. I urge my colleagues to oppose it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Boy, I wish the gentlelady would have been with us on our tour in May in northern Wisconsin. She would have heard from local people, local elected officials, state elected officials, and others who are harmed by these road closures that are happening. And the waste of tax dollars is very significant. We saw perfectly fine roads that had been constructed to go in and do logging projects, and then they were removed. We heard from a couple elderly ladies who are berry pickers, which is a favorite pastime of many people up in northern Wisconsin at this time of year. They used to go out there and be able to pick berries now and then. They can no longer do that. So this is denying access to the very people who want to use these, to use our public lands that are taken care of with their tax dollars. There is no reason to close these roads. These roads have been active oftentimes for decades with no problems. And to use the rationale that this is going to harm the watershed, you come to some of the areas that we toured in our trip on May, and you have some of the finest waters that you'll find in northern Wisconsin, and they were that way when these roads were active. There is no reason that we should be closing and decommissioning these roads. I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Committee of the whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 8998, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the whole House on the State of the Union Committee has had under consideration H.R. 8998 and has come to no resolution thereon.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 1367 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1367, resolution establishing the task force on the attempted assassination of Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on House Resolution 1367, the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on the afternoon of July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, a 20-year-old man walked across a barren field just outside a rally for Donald Trump with a rifle, a transponder, and a cell phone. He'd previously flown a drone over the site. The man was able to traverse the field, climb up to the roof of a building, position his rifle at the president, and take at least 5 shots, killing one, injuring 2 others, and grazing the head of the former president. Thankfully, the man was neutralized shortly thereafter by the efforts of nearby Secret Service counter sniper team, but not before killing former Fire Chief Corey Compatore, who was struck as he protected his family from the oncoming gunfire, and critically wounding David Dutch and James C. Copenhaver. We are here today not just because this domestic terrorist was able to carry out this violent act, but also because he did not go undetected. Several eyewitnesses and first-hand accounts confirm that they had not just spotted the individual, but had also alerted authorities. A recent BBC article noted sources identified the individual as a person of interest 52 minutes before the first shot rang out, and again located 20 minutes prior, climbing a warehouse roof. Yet the individual was able to get an unacceptably close distance and fired our former president undeterred and came within a millimeter of tragically altering the history of this election and our nation. The toll taken on civilians and attendees will forever remain an indelible stain. The Secret Service not only failed to protect the president, but they failed to protect everyday Americans who were placed in harm's way, and that led to tragic consequences, taking a loving father away from his wife and children in the process. The apparent failures at protecting a former president and now presidential nominee are deeply troubling for their own sake, but also for the ramifications of the security of those trusted at the highest levels of our government currently and in the future. House Resolution 1367 establishes the task force on the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. The task force will be empowered with all of the investigative authority of the House of Representatives, including subpoena authority to investigate the events that led to this heinous attempt at political violence and intimidation. Mr. Speaker, this is election interference in the extreme. Political violence is unexpectedly evil and is un-American regardless of political creed. That's why this task force will be bipartisan, with the chairman and ranking member working together, drawing conclusions and recommendations based on input from witnesses and from each other. I want to thank my fellow member and friend, Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania. It was his district where this occurred. He's sponsoring this critical legislation. Through the work of this task force, we will understand what went wrong on the day of the attempted assassination, what led to these failings, hold those responsible accountable, and make the necessary reforms to prevent this from ever happening again. Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. I want to join the gentleman from Texas in expressing my anger and disgust at the cowardly attack on the former president in Butler, Pennsylvania, a couple of weekends ago. What happened at that rally was horrific and un-American. When the news first broke, my thoughts immediately turned to the former president's family and the uncertainty and fear they must have felt. Our families are often the ones who shoulder the burden of the decisions we make, and I know that must have been an awful day for them. I'm truly grateful that the former president is okay. I'm also heartbroken over the death of Corey Comparatore, a former fire chief who selflessly shielded his own family from the bullets. And of course, I will continue keeping the other two victims who were seriously wounded in my prayers. Sadly, political violence is not new to this country. One of my earliest memories is actually of us sitting around our dining room table with my mother and my father and my two sisters in Worcester, Massachusetts, writing condolence cards to Ethel Kennedy in the wake of Robert Kennedy's assassination. It was an awful, awful thing. I hope our country never goes through that ever again. We don't yet know the motive of the would-be assassin, and there are still many unanswered questions. We know he was a disturbed, isolated young man, happened to be a registered Republican, who had easy access to an AR-15. He was doing computer searches on both Republicans and Democrats on the rally in Pennsylvania, as well as the Democratic National Convention. We also know that an assassination attempt is more than just an attack on one person. It is an attack on the fabric of our democracy. And so it needs to be taken very, very, very seriously. There needs to be accountability. And I just caution here that accountability does not mean finger pointing. I actually want to echo the remarks of the former president's family to say that many brave law enforcement officers and Secret Service agents put their lives on the line in that rally. They nearly took a bullet for the former president and ought to be applauded for their bravery. I also think we shouldn't be jumping to conclusions about which law enforcement agency or officers to blame, whether it's this leader or that leader or this person or that person. We don't need to play the blame game. We need to know the facts. We need to get the facts. Clearly, there were major breakdowns in communication and planning, which is why we need a task force to investigate every aspect of what happened. Let them examine what went wrong, and let us make sure this never, ever, ever happens again. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd now like to yield 5 minutes to the representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, the sponsor of this resolution.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank my friend from Texas. Mr. Speaker, tonight I rise in support of my resolution, HRES 1367, which would establish a task force on the attempted assassination of former President Donald J. Trump. First, I want to recognize and honor the life of a true hero, Corey Compertory, who was tragically killed shielding his family from gunfire during former President Trump's campaign rally in my hometown of Butler, Pennsylvania, on July the 13th. I also want to take a moment to offer our thoughts and prayers for two Pennsylvanians who were also injured during the shooting and continue to recover. Mr. David Dutch of New Kensington, Pennsylvania, and Mr. James Koppenheimer of Moon Township, Pennsylvania. And of course, to former President Trump in his recovery. He showed incredible strength in the immediate aftermath of the shooting. First of all, Corey Compertory was a constituent of mine from Sarver, Pennsylvania. Corey graduated in 1992 from Freeport High School, went on to serve his country as a dedicated 10-year veteran of the United States Army Reserves. Corey's passion for his community and his Christian faith led him to serve as an active member at the Cabot Church and a member of the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Department, where he served as chief in the early 2000s. But above all, Corey was a loving husband and father. His obituary reads, "The quintessential family man and the best girl dad." Together, his love for his wife Helen and his daughters Allison and Kaylee Compertory will carry on. We offer our thoughts and prayers to the friends and family of Corey Compertory. Mr. Speaker, on July 13, 2004, the nation watched in horror as the gunman attempted to assassinate the Republican Party's nominee for president, former President Donald J. Trump. This day will go down in infamy in American history, but no more. So much then, and then a other place in my hometown of Butler, Pennsylvania, where it will always be remembered that the assassination of former President Donald Trump took place. Now, I've lived in Butler nearly my whole life. I went to high school there. My wife and I have raised our family there. I've coached Little League football and Little League baseball, and our family business is there. Now I'm fortunate enough to represent my town right here in the United States House of Representatives. I can tell you that my community is grieving. They are shocked by what happened in our backyard. The people of Butler and the people of the United States deserve answers. I'm proud to introduce this bill to establish a task force to get to the bottom of how this unthinkable tragedy could ever have occurred. This bipartisan task force will have investigative authority, including subpoena power, and to actually thoroughly analyze the circumstances surrounding the assassination attempt and ensure that these failures that occurred that day never happen again. I want to thank Speaker Johnson, Leader Scalise, Chairman Burgess, and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle for working with us to stand up this task force. When the American people lose faith and trust and confidence in their government, then the question is going to be, well, who's going to fix it? And the answer is we are. We are. In this House, we are the ones that are going to fix it. The American people deserve to know, and we have the responsibility to find the answers for them. President Trump deserves answers. The Compertory family deserves answers. And the American people deserve answers. Now, I will not rest until we get these answers for all our constituents and all our fellow Americans. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to a member of the Pennsylvania delegation, Dr. Joyce.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for Texas for yielding. On July 13th, the Secret Service failed in its mission to protect President Donald J. Trump by failing to properly secure the perimeter, by failing to adequately communicate about a security threat, a known security threat, and by failing to keep President Trump from being struck by a shot fired by a would-be assassin. The Secret Service failed the American people. While the resignation of Secret Service Director Kimberly Chadle is a necessary first step, it does not absolve the agency of its responsibility for what occurred. To address this critical flaw, Congress must investigate the circumstances that led up to this incident, including the decisions that were made and including the decisions that should have been made to prevent this tragedy. Among those who were struck by gunfire was Fire Chief Corey Compatore, who was killed while shielding his wife and his daughter. There needs to be accountability. There needs to be accountability for what happened on that Saturday afternoon in Butler County. And I urge all of my colleagues to support HRES 1371, establishing the task force on the attempted assassination of Donald J. Trump. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. Gentleman from Texas.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would now like to yield 1.5 minutes to the representative from Minnesota, a valuable member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Fishbach.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for yielding me some time on this issue. And, you know, less than 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump, a former president and presidential candidate, was inches away from being assassinated. Thousands at his rally were put at risk. And as my colleagues from Pennsylvania mentioned, 2 people were injured, and Corey Compatore was tragically killed while protecting his family. All this happened because of a catastrophic failure on the part of government security forces. The resignation of Secret Service Director Cheadle is the first step towards holding failures accountable. But there is so much work to be done. We need to get to the bottom of this failure, and we need to do it now. I support this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. We must get answers to the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman,
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd now like to yield 1.5 minutes to the representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I thank my friend, the gentleman from Texas, very, very much. I do rise today in support of HRES 1367, which forms a task force to address the shocking attack on President Trump. I thank my colleague, Mike Kelly, very much for bringing this resolution to the floor. This attack tragically took the life of a brave Pennsylvanian, Corey Compatore. As an eyewitness to this event, along with my colleague, Mike Kelly, I stand here on behalf of the American people, especially Pennsylvanians, who deserve answers to critical questions about this tragedy. Why was the building allowed to be outside the security perimeter? Why was there no Secret Service agent stationed on the floor? Why wasn't there a planned execution and a high sense of emergency and urgency taking place? Director Cheadle's remarks the other day did nothing to inspire confidence or for us to believe that this situation is going to be corrected in the appropriate, highly important manner. So the senseless political violence demands nothing less than a unified response from both Democrats and Republicans. We must come together to form a bipartisan task force to uncover the truth and provide answers. I am very happy and proud to support this legislation, HRES 1367, which aims to achieve just that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas.
I'll reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire from the gentleman how many more speakers he has?
I think there's one more speaker, and then I reserve the right to close.
Okay, I will reserve then.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker,
is recognized.
I'm going to yield an additional 2 minutes to the representative from Pennsylvania, the sponsor of the resolution, Mr. Kelly.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank Chairman Burgess for this opportunity to finish. And Mr. McGovern, on the other side of the aisle, I think at this point, this is not about Republicans or Democrats. This is about a tragedy that happened in a small town in western Pennsylvania, which never should have occurred. And I think it's really important, as American people watch this whole scenario, how could that possibly have happened? What didn't we know, or what did we know that we didn't react to? Why, at the end of the day, there's more questions than there are answers, and we can't get the answers that we ask, and I think are very simple. I think if for a person who grew up there, And I know that site so well, and I was concerned when that site was picked because I thought it would be a very difficult place to have a rally of that size. This is not a criticism of law enforcement. This isn't a criticism of whoever it is that picked that site. This is an opportunity for this House to work together, settle the doubts that the American people have, the faith and trust and confidence that they need to have in us, that we can work both sides of the aisle when we have a crisis like this. It goes far beyond politics, and it goes far beyond policies, but it is truly American in every sense of it. So, Mr. McGovern, it's a pleasure to be with you today, and Chairman Burgess, thank you so much. And I think this, more than anything else, can demonstrate to the American people that we can work together. We can work together as Republicans and Democrats to get answers for the American people, answers that they deserve and answers that they have been wondering about since July the 13th. I thank you, gentlemen, so much, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas.
Reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Is the gentleman ready to close? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me just say to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, I agree. And one of the reasons why I think there's going to be overwhelmingly bipartisan support for this task force is because people want to get the answers. What happened? And how do we make sure that it never happens again? You know, Mr. Speaker, we hear a lot of talk about the need to turn down the temperature in this country moving forward. And I put out a bipartisan statement alongside my friend, Chairman Burgess, the day after the assassination attempt, where we talked about how to move forward. The bottom line, we agreed, is that we can have loud, passionate, even at times angry debates in this country. That's the way it goes in a democracy as big and diverse as ours. But at the end of the day, we are all Americans who love this country deeply, and we must resolve our differences peacefully. I think Robert F. Kennedy, a hero of mine whose life was taken by an assassin's bullet when I was just 8 years old, said it best. I quote, "A sniper is only a coward, not a hero. And an uncontrollable mob is only the voice of madness, not the voice of the people." Whenever any American's life is taken by another American unnecessarily, whether it is done in the name of the law or in the defiance of law by one man or a gang, in cold blood or in passion, in an attack of violence or in response to violence, whenever we tear at the fabric of life which another man has painfully and clumsily woven for himself and his children, the whole nation is degraded. Mr. Speaker, what was true in 1968 is true today. Our bond as Americans demands that we speak out against violence and condemn it whenever and wherever we see it. We can't pick and choose. It needs to be condemned all the time, even when it's not easy or convenient to do that. That hasn't always been the case, if we're being honest, and that makes me sad. It makes me sad that we had some people make fun of Speaker Pelosi's husband, Paul, when he was violently attacked with a hammer. We need to come together, Mr. Speaker. We need unity. We have people who still refuse to condemn what happened on January 6th, when a violent mob beat up police officers to try to execute Vice President Mike Pence right here outside the Capitol building. Police died that day. So look, I'm comfortable condemning political violence all of the time, period, end of discussion. And I think the bipartisan nature of this resolution, I think, is a sign of hope for me, that we will continue, that we will move even further in that direction. I know the gentleman on the other side is as well, comfortable calling out violence wherever it may occur, but we need to give our colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, feel compelled to do the same. I hope we get to that point, because political violence is against everything America ought to stand for. You know, when the founders of this country put pen to paper, they imagined a future where reason would triumph over fear. A world where the ballot, not the bullet, would determine who would wield power. A nation where the consent of the governed, not the fear of force, would confer legitimacy upon our leaders. Generations of Americans have worked hard to turn those dreams into a reality, to expand the circle of our democracy and make real the promise of this country for all. But political violence is the ultimate betrayal of that work. It is a dead end that leads only to disaster. What happened on July 13th was an awful, cowardly, despicable attack, something that should never, ever have happened. And I hope that this task force gets the answers on behalf of the American people. We need to know what happened. We need to get to the truth. We need to find a way to prevent this from ever happening again. So I join with my colleagues here in urging a yes vote on this bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of our time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Political violence. This was election interference in the extreme. Now, just an hour and a half ago in this very chamber, the Prime Minister of Israel spoke with us. One of his comments was, "There is no room for political violence in a democracy." I agree with him. This political violence, I'm so relieved that the Secret Service director did resign. How do you comport the idea that it was reported that there was evidence of an Iranian plot against the life of Donald Trump, and then you let a teenager wander over that field for an hour and fly a drone overhead? It makes no sense that that could have happened. So, of course, the only answer for the director of the Secret Service was resignation, but more than that, we as a body, we as a Congress, need to put together this task force to understand and get to the bottom of what occurred on July 13th. It is our duty. It is our duty for the sake of future leaders of this nation. It's our duty for our children, our grandchildren. We have to understand the circumstances that allowed the assassination to attempt to occur, and of course to ensure that it never happens again. Once again, I'll urge all my colleagues to support this critical legislation. I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1367, House Resolution 1367? Those in favor, as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection,
Mr. Speaker.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I would ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman asked for the yeas and nays?
Yes.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1376 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 86, House Resolution 1376. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House a resolution, House Resolution 1371, strongly condemning the Biden administration and its border czar, Kamala Harris's failure to secure the United States border. The amendment to the preamble printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted. The resolution as amended shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble as amended to adoption without intervening motion or division. demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is now recognized for 1 hour.
For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman and my good friend from Massachusetts, pending which I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. The rule provides for consideration of H.Res. 1371, a resolution strongly condemning the Biden administration and its border czar, Harris. Their failure to secure the U.S. border under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. Mr. Speaker, since Biden-Harris took office, American leadership both at home and abroad has become weak and feckless. And that's just putting it mildly. On the global stage, we have seen the Houthis creating chaos in the Red Sea after the administration delisted them as a foreign terrorist organization. And then just last week, they successfully launched a deadly suicide drone attack in Tel Aviv. Iran has grown stronger and more dangerous than ever. Their proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah, are launching a two-front war against Israel and have attacked our service members over 100 times since October 7th. And now their nuclear program is 1 or 2 weeks away from the time needed to produce enough weapons-grade material for a nuclear weapon. Even Secretary Blinken stated, and I quote, "Where we are now is not a good place." Now, I can continue talking about the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal, about Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine, following the administration's decision to greenlight Nord Stream 2, or I could talk about record high inflation reaching over 20% under Biden and Harris. But the biggest failure is the crisis at the southern border. Just 64 days into this administration, Biden named Harris his border czar. Now my friends from across the aisle are trying to cover up her failures as border czar and trying to argue that she was never even in charge. But to their chagrin, I brought receipts with me. So let me read you a few headlines and quotes. Here's Axios on the 14th of April, 2021, and I quote, "The number of unoccupied minors crossing the border has reached crisis levels. Harris, appointed by Biden as border czar, said she would be looking at the quote-unquote root causes that drive migration." Now that was Axios in 2021. Here's another headline from the Associated Press on March 24th, 2021. That headline is, "Biden taps VP Harris to lead response to border challenges." Here's another one from Axios, March 24th, 2021. "Biden puts Harris in charge of border crisis." And just wait for it. Here's President Biden on that same day, March 24th, 2021. Biden's exact quote, "She's the most qualified person to do it, to lead our efforts with Mexico and the Northern Triangle, and the countries that are going to need help in stemming the movement of so many folks, stemming the migration to our southern border," end quote. That was Joe Biden. And the president went on further. He said, and I quote again, "It's not her full responsibility and job, but she's leading the effort, because I think the best thing to do is put someone who, when he or she speaks, they don't have to wonder about, is that where the president is? As she speaks for me, doesn't have to check with me," end quote. So now the debate has been settled. President Biden clearly put Vice President Harris in charge of the border. And what did the border czar Harris do? 94 executive actions related to the border, the Biden-Harris administration. They halted the construction of the border wall and ended Remain in Mexico, and they established the Catch and Release program. And what were the results? Well, in February 2021, the country witnessed a 174% increase in southwest border encounters compared to February of 2020. On her watch, there have been over 9.6 million illegal immigrant encounters nationwide. Experts estimate the number of known gotaways, those are illegal immigrants who have evaded capture, those exceed 2 million. And in May of 2021, CBP encountered over 180,000 individuals attempting to enter the country illegally along the southwest border. That was a staggering 675% increase from May of 2020. Since fiscal year 2021, 378 illegal aliens on the terrorist watch list have been apprehended at our southern border. In June, NBC reported that over 400 illegal immigrants with ties to ISIS entered the U.S. under border czar Harris, and 50 of these individuals, their whereabouts are still unknown. So in fiscal year 2024, there have been a record-breaking 31,000 Chinese nationals encountered at the southwest border. And perhaps the worst stat of them all, we've lived through 39 months where the total encounters have been higher than even the highest month seen under President Trump. So this is a really simple vote. If you're okay with those results, go ahead and vote no. If you think border czar Harris has failed the American people, vote yes. It's really that simple. I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Right there at the top of yours.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, before I even get into my speech, the gentleman referred to Axios as this mainstream publication that referred to the Vice President as the border czar. I think he might have missed the correction that Axios issued an editor's note here. It said, this article has been updated and clarified to note that Axios was among the news outlets that incorrectly labeled Harris a border czar in 2021. So I'm happy to pass on the correction. Again, that for the record, I think my Republican friend should stick to the facts. But again, honestly, Mr. Speaker, I have to say I don't think we should even be spending a single second on this debate because this resolution is a total and complete insult to this institution. This all started with an emergency meeting in the Rules Committee last night. An emergency. Drop everything and come to the Rules Committee. And what did the Republicans bring up? Not legislation to help working Americans, not a bill to ensure the safety of our communities, not something to actually secure the southern border or fix our broken immigration system. No, none of that. They called an emergency meeting to attack Vice President Harris. That's the emergency. They want to hold a Trump rally here in the Capitol building. They are weaponizing Congress and using our time to produce a political attack ad. So let's set the record straight. This resolution originally called Vice President Harris Biden's border czar, not because that was her title, but because of a lie that MAGA media outlets just made up. The Vice President was never put in charge of the border. She was given a diplomatic role to focus on resolving some of the long-term, big-picture root causes of immigration crisis. Her job was to help give migrants options in their home countries so that fewer of them would make the journey north. And guess what? She delivered. $5.2 billion in private sector commitments that will give people jobs, opportunity, and hope in their home countries. That's what leadership looks like. That's what action looks like. And do you know what happened? Illegal border crossings just hit a 3-year low in June, Mr. Speaker. Let me repeat that. Illegal border crossings currently are way down. But that's not what you'll hear from the other side today. They're going to twist themselves into knots, blaming everything on Kamala Harris. But their blame game just highlights what is going on here. Republicans don't care about fixing our immigration system. They had a chance to do something, and they blocked bipartisan progress for their own political gain. On day one in office, President Biden and Vice President Harris put forth a plan to create a fair and just immigration system. Republicans refused to act. President Biden and Vice President Harris then worked across the aisle to put together a historic bipartisan immigration bill. And Trump told Republicans to kill it, and they did. They want a crisis at the border because it helps them with their political messaging. And so what did they bring to the floor instead? a pointless, useless, non-binding resolution. It has all the legislative authority of a Fox News soundbite or a Trump Truth Social rant. Now, so we know how this is going to go. The other side is going to rant and rave about numbers. They will tell very sad stories about families that have been impacted by our broken immigration system, stories that honestly do break my heart. But what Republicans will not do is actually do anything about it. This meaningless, feckless, slanderous resolution won't help a single grieving family. It won't do a single thing to make America safer. Nothing. It won't strengthen our border. It won't create a better immigration system. It's just a chance for House Republicans to bash someone that they are afraid of. And they are melting down over Kamala Harris. I mean, they have completely lost their minds since she became the Democratic Party's presumptive nominee. They are scared. They are scared, Mr. Speaker, because she offers America something that Donald Trump could never. She offers decency, she offers unity, and she offers hope. And I get it. I get it. Republicans are scared of the excitement surrounding her candidacy. Maybe they're afraid their nominee is too boring or won't be able to keep up. After all, he is the oldest presidential nominee in our nation's history. Maybe they're afraid they're going to lose. You'd think they'd focus on actually passing something meaningful. They've canceled Congress next week because they're too incompetent to even pass their own appropriation bills. 3 of the 4 funding bills were pulled this week because Republicans didn't have the votes. And it's sad, and it really is sad, because the United States Congress should be a place where we advance legislation that actually helps people. But because House Republicans are incapable of doing that, they are rallying behind this do-nothing, pathetic, purely political resolution. Mr. Speaker, they should be embarrassed. This resolution is beneath the dignity of this institution, and they should be ashamed of themselves. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. I would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities or nominees for the office of president. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
If you want to talk about being ashamed, let's talk about who should be ashamed. It's Biden and Harris. They have been a complete disaster, especially with the southern border. And, you know, excuse me for being so audacious as to bring facts and figures to a debate, but I guess I have to apologize for bringing more facts and figures to a debate. Let's go through a few of them. The Biden-Harris administration has failed to remove 99.7% of illegal immigrants released in the United States. Here's another stat. In June, there were 130,419 illegal immigrant encounters at our southern border. This is roughly 4,300 daily encounters, which is, wait for this, 4 times more than the definition of a crisis that was set by Obama's own DHS Secretary Johnson, who said in 2019 that, and I quote, more than 1,000 encounters a day would overwhelm the system. That was President Obama's DHS Secretary. You want to talk about more facts and figures? May 2024, the Committee on Homeland Security Republicans released documents showing the Biden administration, wait for this, secretly flew over 400,000 illegal immigrants into our country. Harris still has only visited our southern border once since she became border czar. It took her a total of 93 days to make a token trip to El Paso, which is 800 miles from the sector experiencing the worst numbers. Then in an interview with NBC's Lester Holt, Harris was asked, "Do you have any plans to visit the border?" She replied, "At some point, we are going to the border." And then she said, "We've been to the border," to which Lester Holt replied, "You haven't been to the border." Harris replied, "And I haven't been to Europe." You just can't make this stuff up. Then former Border Patrol Chief Ortiz stated, and I quote, "I've never had one conversation with the president or the vice president for that matter. I was the chief of the Border Patrol. I commanded 21,000 people. That's a problem." Current Border Patrol Chief Owens felt her absence as well, reporting that the VP has not spoken with him since she was appointed in July of 2023. But for more on this, I want to yield 3 minutes to my good friend and the gentleman from the great state of Texas, the chairman of the Rules Committee, Dr. Burgess.
I thank my
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
and I thank my friend for yielding. You know, honestly, I keep hearing the term MAGA used by the other side. I'm referred to as MAGA. You keep saying that word, I don't think you know what it means. It's an acronym that stands for Make America Great Again. I don't know why anyone would take offense at that. If anything, it's something that should bring us all pride. But the nickname czar is shorthand that's been used by the media. It's not new. This goes back to the administration of Franklin Roosevelt. Look, I think the point that many of us would like to make, and look, it's no secret that the mainstream media is basically a mouthpiece for the Democratic Party. It has been for years. And it's ironic that today, suddenly, the mainstream media has decided the use of the term czar, which they threw around freely during the Obama administration, they threw around freely earlier in this administration. Now that term is one that, well, they used it inappropriately. And I'll help the ranking member. I've brought the Axios quote that he referenced, because now this morning, magically they say, hey, we were wrong 3 years ago when we referred to Vice President Harris as a czar. Again, the term has been used under Truman, Eisenhower, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, George H.W. Bush, Clinton, George W. Bush, President Obama, and twice under President Trump. Now, who can forget the famous car czar, right? Steve Ratner. Who can forget the healthcare czar in the Obama administration, Nancy Antiparle? These terms were used as an effort to elevate someone's status. They were working in the White House on a particular issue. They'd never gone through Senate confirmation. Vice President Harris was appointed by President Biden to fix the crisis at the border. And my constituents in Texas have witnessed firsthand the situation on the border is not fixed. Communities are constantly being flooded by illegal immigrants, and this leads to the flow of drugs and the rise of crime. Now, because she's a presumptive nominee for president, to protect her campaign, the leftist media is trying to change the story and mislead the American people. Republicans are being accused of fabricating the title. Yet those same media outlets who are proclaiming her the border czar are now claiming this was falsely reported by their very news outlets. This was falsely reported 3 years ago. Regardless of how the minority wants to describe her, she was tasked with managing the border. And on her watch, well over 9 million illegal immigrant encounters occurred. Illegal immigrants who have evaded capture are well over 2 million. American lives have been lost as a result of the Vice President's failure of her principal task, defending the border. I'll yield
Gentleman,
back.
time's expired.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president or vice president. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
You can't make this stuff up, Mr. Speaker. So first of all, let me set the record straight. The original version of this resolution said, quote, President Biden asked Vice President Kamala Harris to serve as the administration's border czar, end quote, which he did not do. Which he did not do. I don't know, someone made it up, I think, I don't know. And after my colleagues and I pointed out that fact, the gentleman from Pennsylvania and their side of the aisle, of the, their side of the Republican side of the committee scrambled to try to find a shred of proof that, in fact, Biden actually appointed her as a border czar. And they couldn't find anything. So they made a frantic last-minute change to now say that Vice President Harris, quote, came to be known colloquially as the Biden administration's border czar, end quote. I mean, we caught you, but I mean, come on. This would be comical if it weren't such a monumental waste of time and taxpayer dollars, and all for a resolution that does absolutely nothing. The gentleman from Pennsylvania went on a big rant, throwing out all kinds of numbers and identifying all kinds of problems that we're faced with. And I'm trying to figure out where in this four-page bill there is anything, in this four-page resolution, where there is anything that would do anything to solve any of the issues that he raised. There's nothing. This is a non-binding resolution. This will never become law. This doesn't even go to the Senate. I mean, this is like voting on a press release. I mean, I mean, what a colossal waste of time. My Republican friends love to complain, but they don't want to do anything to fix anything. And this is the latest example. What a waste of time for this institution to have to concern itself with a glorified press release. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Scripps News entitled, quote, "No, Vice President Kamala Harris was never named border czar." I request unanimous consent to insert into the record a Time magazine article entitled, "Kamala Harris was never Biden's border czar. Here's what she really did." Mr. Speaker, I'm going to also ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a July 17, 2024 article from the New York Times entitled, "Why Republicans Keep Calling Kamala Harris the Border Czar." Mr. Speaker,
without objection.
Contrary to what the gentleman keeps saying, the idea that Kamala Harris is the border czar was invented by right-wing media. And let me read to you from the article I just inserted. I quote here. Ms. Harris was not, in fact, appointed border czar, nor was she tasked with addressing the border problems plaguing the border itself. It goes on to say, and I quote, rather, she was deputized by President Biden with the diplomatic mission of solving the, quote, root causes of migration from countries like Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras, tackling issues that spur people to flee in the first place, like drug violence and the lack of economic opportunity. Mr. Speaker, in fact, my Republican colleagues had to change their resolution, as I mentioned, at the last minute in the Rules Committee last night because we caught them. We caught them. Because they actually acknowledged by changing their resolution that President Biden never, in fact, named President Harris the border czar. And they changed their resolution to acknowledge that fact that border czar is a term that basically they made up. So, Mr. Speaker, so why are we here? Why are we doing this? We're doing this because they're afraid of the vice president. She's drawing huge crowds. There's incredible excitement, and they're in a panic. They don't know what to do. God forbid they bring any legislation to the floor to actually help the American people or help solve any crisis that we're faced with. Instead, a glorified press release comes to the floor so that they can, rant and rave and point fingers and yell and scream and get everybody all, up in arms. Bottom line is, this is like one of the biggest wastes of time that I can recall ever coming to this floor. And we've done a lot of things here under their leadership that I think is a waste of time. Let me reserve my time at this point.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, I've seen gaslighting, but I've never seen gaslighting to this extent. This is quite amazing. But before we get into gaslighting, let's talk about a quick history lesson. The president that I recall throwing around the term czar was President Obama. He had a car czar with the Cash for Clunkers program. And it's kind of funny when you think about it. This is the same president that allowed Russia to invade Crimea. And this is the same president who went up to the then president of Russia, I believe, Dmitry Medvedev, and said, I just need a little flexibility. Tell Vlad I just got to get through this election cycle, and then we can talk. So that president named a czar, and that became part of our lexicon. And now we're being attacked because we're calling Harris the border czar. Axios, as I said before, in 2021, April 14, 2021, ran an article referring to Harris as the border czar. I'll quote again. The number of unaccompanied minors crossing the border has reached crisis levels. Harris, appointed by Biden as border czar, says it right here in the article, said she would be looking at the root causes that drive migration. Now, you can say Axios retracted that. They retracted that 3 years after, when that became politically inconvenient for the Democrats. They're now trying to say that Harris had nothing to do with the border. Unfortunately for the Democrats, we have a slew of other statements and articles that say that Biden put Harris in charge of the border. Here's Axios again, March 24th, 2021. The title of the article is Biden puts Harris in charge of the border crisis. It doesn't get more clear than that. Here's remarks by the president when he was at a state dining room. This is in March 24th, 2021. This is Biden talking about Harris. She's the most qualified person to do it, to lead our efforts with Mexico and the Northern Triangle, and the countries that help are going to need help in stemming the movement of so many folks, stemming the migration to our southern border. Again, that's President Biden telling people at a state dinner that he's putting Harris in charge of the border. Here's another AP article. The article is titled, Biden Taps VP Harris to Lead Response to Border Challenges. You can quibble about names. If she was called the border czar, is popular in our lexicon. If she was called whatever, the fact remains, the president put the vice president in charge of managing the border crisis, and it has been an abysmal failure. The stats speak for themselves. I'll get to more stats later on in the debate, but I want to yield 4 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from New York and fellow member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Langworthy.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Speaker, hundreds of thousands of Americans die every year from fentanyl. Communities, including many in my own district, have been ripped apart by the scourge of this deadly poison. I've hosted roundtables with local law enforcement, families of victims, and other advocates all across my district. One thing I have consistently heard is that we need to stop the flow of fentanyl into this country. Our police officers are struggling to keep up with the constant influx into our communities, and it's killing some of our youngest and brightest citizens. Every American knows these deadly substances are flooding across our borders, brought to this country by criminals who directly benefit from the Biden-Harris administration's open border policies. We also can't forget the other Americans who have been assaulted and murdered by illegal immigrants who are allowed to enter this country. Laken Riley is dead. Rachel Morin is dead. Others have lost their lives, and even children have been brutally assaulted. Why? So our border czar, Kamala Harris, could score political points with a radical left wing of her party. Meanwhile, the state of New York's going bankrupt, spending billions of dollars to pay for housing and benefits and food for this flood of illegal immigrants who are being released into the interior of this country. Again, this is a direct result of the open borders and sanctuary policies of the Democrat Party under Biden-Harris. And Vice President Harris, the anointed border czar, wholeheartedly supports these policies. Time and again, she looks the American people in the eye who have seen loved ones die of fentanyl overdoses or have been the victims of criminals who are in this country illegally, and she lies to them. She lectures the American people about the root causes of illegal immigration and pretends that her policies had nothing to do with this historic crisis. We're not buying it, and the American people won't buy it in November. Rather than visit our southern border, she led a junket to Central America to plead and to beg migrants to not come. It doesn't get more pathetic than begging other countries while paying lip service to Americans who are feeling the real pain of this crisis. Now, of course, this is entirely consistent with Vice President Harris's failed leadership in this administration. The condescension and virtue signaling may play well among the liberal coastal elites who are now circling the wagons to ensure that she's slammed in there as the Democrat presidential nominee in August. But the American people see her failures for what they are. People are suffering. People are dying from this crisis that Kamala Harris and President Biden have created. Kamala Harris deserves full condemnation, and I am glad to see the House take up this resolution. And, you know, I'm going to sit and wait for the condemnation of the little Democratic rally that was held for Kamala Harris over at Union Station today. And with that, I yield back.
Reserve. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the Vice President. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I have an opiate problem in my district as well. This is a serious issue. But the gentleman just got on the floor and ranted and raved about the fentanyl problem. While he was going on, I was reading this bill. The word fentanyl isn't even mentioned once in this press release that is useless, that does nothing. It doesn't even mention the word fentanyl. I mean, what's going on over here? And and again, the gentleman from Pennsylvania didn't answer my question. For all the issues he raised here, where in this bill is there funding or solutions to deal with the fentanyl problem, or to deal with securing the border, or to provide more assistance for our border security? There's nothing. There's nothing in this. This is useless. It's a press release. It's a press release. This is what we're spending our time on. We could probably come together and maybe figure out some concrete things we can do to save lives so people don't die from fentanyl. We could probably come together and find some commonality to figure out ways to strengthen our border. But let me just tell the gentleman that one of the reasons why, the border is the way it is and the immigration system is so messed up is because Congress has refused to act. And every time we try to get something to the floor, Republicans find a way to derail it. So give me a break. What a waste of time. What a waste of time. This is pathetic. Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. You know, we had to rush over last night to an emergency rules committee to engage in this emergency resolution. This is an emergency. It's Republican panic. House Republicans are afraid of Vice President Harris. House Republicans are afraid of the energy and the excitement Vice President Harris inspires in Americans. She is a new generation of leader who is bringing us a vision of prosperity and opportunity for all Americans. They are afraid of that vision. They are afraid of the vision because she has been fighting for working families, for unions, for women who want reproductive freedom. Vice President Harris' vision stands in stark contrast to the vengeful and hateful policies House Republicans and their nominee propose. Republicans and their nominee want to divide Americans, while Vice President Harris wants to unite Americans. She wants to make sure she fights for reproductive freedom for women. She will fight to make sure that we have access to contraception, to IVF, but what does the dark vision of the Republicans and their Project 2025 propose? They propose a national abortion ban. They propose restricting women's ability to make their own choices. They propose controlling Americans, controlling women. And let's talk about immigration, since that is in the title of this. For decades, House Republicans have been the ones who block many meaningful immigration and border bills. They refuse to participate in bipartisan solutions, which we know are necessary for immigration and the border. Bipartisan. Congress, we're the ones who must act. This year, Vice President Harris, along with President Biden, Democrats and Senate Republicans, made a deal on immigration reform and border security. Then former President Trump asked them to kill the border deal. And so House Republicans did. They declared it dead on arrival in the House. House Republicans don't have a real solution for the border because they don't actually want to fix it. If they did, what would they talk about? Because everything they propose is dark. It is always siding with the billionaires and the richest corporations instead of the working families. You know what? I am excited by Vice President Harris, and it is telling how scared the Republicans are of our nominee for president. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear about one thing. I'm not afraid of the Vice President Harris, and neither are any of my colleagues. But the people that should be most afraid of the Vice President are the American people. You want to go back and talk about the southern border? Every single day in this country, roughly 300 Americans die of fentanyl overdoses. That would be the equivalent of a commercial jetliner going down every single day, once a day, for the last 4 years. That should scare the American people. You want to talk about more things? Let's talk about crime under this administration. Americans continue to be the victims of violent crime under the Biden-Harris administration. According to the Major Cities Chiefs Association 2022 crime report for urban areas across the country, homicides were up 13% since 2020. Rapes were up 23.56% since 2020. Aggravated assaults were up 33.89% again since 2020. In 2022, at least 9 cities, 7 of which are Democrat-run, saw record homicides. 2021 was the deadliest year in 2 decades for our law enforcement officers. But just listen to their party leaders like Vice President Harris. She supports defunding the police. She believes it's, and I quote, wrong-headed and outdated to think police officers make our community safe. She wants to give voting rights to murderers, terrorists, rapists, and even inmates that are sitting on death row. Harris wants to abolish ICE, which protects our communities from illegal aliens and the crimes they commit. And she believes cash bail should be eliminated. The only time Vice President Harris has called for law enforcement to get involved was when Justice Smollett said men with red MAGA hats were after him. Harris called it a modern-day lynching. And of course, this was an absolute hoax that was fabricated by the radical left with the help of no other than Vice President Harris. So Americans should be afraid of the policies of the Vice President. With that, I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself some time. Mr. Speaker, I can tell they're afraid of the Vice President because that's all they want to talk about. They're obsessed. But real-time fact check, Mr. Speaker. This resolution does nothing to help any of the immigration problems that anyone on the other side of the aisle is talking about. No money, nothing. No laws, nothing. This is a press release. But I want to correct the record on Vice President Harris because what is being repeated on this floor this afternoon is totally divorced from reality. Kamala Harris has won election after election by inspiring and uniting people. She earned her spot as Vice President the old-fashioned way through hard work, political courage, and fighting for a better country. And that is why Republicans are afraid of her. And I get why they're afraid. I get the contrast isn't great for them right now. As a prosecutor, Kamala Harris took on perpetrators and put sexual abusers in jail, going after fraudsters who ripped off consumers and cheaters who broke the rules for their own personal gain. As Attorney General, Kamala Harris won a $20 billion settlement for people whose homes had been foreclosed on, putting $20,000 back into the pockets of victims of unethical foreclosures. Kamala Harris went after for-profit college scammers who forced them to return money to students and veterans that they stole from. Kamala Harris is fighting nonstop to protect the freedom of women to make their own choice about their own bodies, while Republicans want to institute Project 2025 to ban abortion nationwide. Kamala Harris cast the tie-breaking vote to pass the Inflation Reduction Act that is lowering drug costs for seniors and people with diabetes. And that is exactly why my Republican friends are terrified, and they are attacking her in the most vicious, personal, and insulting fashion. Here are some of the quotes from some of our colleagues in Congress. These aren't right-wing media pundits. These are members of Congress. Quote, 100% she was a DEI hire. Quote, I think she was a DEI hire, and I think that's what we're seeing. Another quote, Democrats have to stick with her because of her ethnic background. I mean, what is this, 1951? I knew they were trying to take us backwards, but this is a new low. It's beyond offensive. We all know what this is. We all know what motivates these kind of comments. And I'd say it on the floor, but I'd probably have my words taken down again. Maybe they think it's easier to silence me than to debate me. Maybe they're afraid of the truth. And the truth is that this resolution reeks of desperation. The truth is they want to distract from the Vice President's incredible track record of success, including the fact that she secured $5.2 billion in private sector commitments that will go towards addressing the underlying causes of migration that push people to our southern border in the first place. And I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. All right, I've got to read a quick admonition here. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the Vice President, including by making reference to other sources that would have been out of order if spoken in the member's own words. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. So let me just get this straight. By the minority's logic, because Republicans are talking about Vice President Harris, we're somehow afraid of Vice President Harris. That's quite amazing, because for the last 8 years, they've been talking about President Trump. So I'll let the American people decide who's afraid of who. But to the attack that we have done nothing about the southern border, I can give the Democrats some ideas of what to do. How about they can start requesting that the administration go back and repeal the 94 executive orders that they issued when they took office, which repealed President Trump's executive orders to secure the southern border. That would be a great start. You don't even need congressional action to undo those executive orders. I have not heard of one of my Democratic colleagues call for any of those executive orders to be reversed. Here's another good idea, H.R. 2. This chamber passed H.R. 2. It was the first border security bill that was passed in this chamber, I believe, since the mid-90s. That was a great bill. It ended catch and release. It reinstated Remain in Mexico. It required that this administration finish the border wall. That would definitely halt illegal immigration. That is sitting over in the Senate. Maybe my friends from across the aisle here could ask the other chamber to run that bill. Just a few ideas. And I love it when I hear my colleagues talking about so-called bans. There's a few bans that the vice president is in favor of. Let's go through some of those. Under President Biden and Vice President Harris, the administration has supported bans on the following: gas-powered vehicles, gas stoves, firearms, and LNG exports. But that's not enough for the vice president. Harris wants to go even further than Biden. She supports bans on, and this is a great list, it's like it's written by the Babylon Bee or something. She supports bans on red meat, plastic straws, private health insurance, fracking, and gas-powered school buses. You know, before you know it, the average American is going to have to show their grocery list to Czar Harris before they go to the grocery store. With that, I reserve.
Massachusetts is recognized.
I guess Mr. Speaker, I guess the talking points from the NRCC went out because I think the gentleman just read them to us. But a couple of things. The gentleman talks about H.R. 2. They got 32 votes in the Senate. They killed it. It's dead, right? And then he talks about Homeland Security appropriation bills. It wasn't killed in the Senate. My Republican friends in the House killed their own bill in the House. It's dead. It didn't go anywhere. You didn't send it over to the Senate. So give me a break. Oh my goodness. And what are we left with? A non-binding resolution. A non-binding resolution that does nothing. I mean, that's the big plan. A press release. Oh, well, I'm not going to say that because I'll get my words taken down. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge that we defeat the previous question. And if we do, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 16, the American Dream and Promise Act of 2023. Mr. Speaker, the Bipartisan American Dream and Promise Act provides a pathway to citizenship for people who only know America as their home. They contribute to society as taxpayers, small business owners, educators, and more. Dreamers were brought to the United States as children through no fault of their own. It's past time to open the doors and empower these talented individuals by granting them access to citizenship that they rightfully deserve. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to fix our broken immigration system and secure our border. H.R. 16 won't solve every issue, but it will address a long-standing one in our failing immigration system. It's the right thing to do, and it has the added benefit of being a bill that actually does something as compared to the resolution that we're dealing with right now. So instead of considering the do-nothing Republican non-binding resolution before us, which is nothing but an RNC press release and a bad one at that, let's consider actual legislation to start fixing these issues. Let's bring up H.R. 16. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question and support the American Dream and Promise Act. Well, here we are again, wasting our time on yet another border resolution that does nothing, nada, to secure our border, reform our broken immigration system, or provide relief to the undocumented community. This time, however, it's a little different twist because they are targeting Vice President Kamala Harris for political gain. They are spewing lies that she is Biden's border czar. Trust me, if she had been given that position, it would be border czarina. Because this is all a lie. It is false, period. She was tasked with leading diplomatic efforts in Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador to reduce migration from those countries. That's what she was tasked to do. Vice President Harris secured billions in private sector investments to promote democracy and economic opportunity in those countries. And we've seen huge improvements. The numbers don't lie. In 2023, migrants from Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador only made 22% of all border crossings, down from 41% in 2021. Huge improvement. But Republicans don't care about facts. They'd rather make up lies and get ready for the campaign rhetoric. They want to spew lies, plain and simple, for political gain. The reality is that they were serious about border security and fixing our immigration system. Well, here's an idea. They would work with Democrats. We have several solutions that we put forward, including my bill, the American Dream and Promise Act, which would finally provide Dreamers, TPS recipients.
I yield an additional 1 minute to the gentlelady.
The gentlelady is recognized for a minute.
It would provide Dreamers, TPS recipients, and DED beneficiaries with a pathway to citizenship. Not only is my bill bipartisan, and popular with my colleagues, 207 of whom are co-sponsors, but it's popular with the American people. Poll after poll shows that upwards of 70%, Mr. Speaker, of Americans support permanent solutions for Dreamers, because Americans support Dreamers and Dreamers support America. And they know that their home is here. They rose to the challenge during the pandemic and served as doctors and nurses and teachers. They serve in our military and protect our communities as law enforcement officers and firefighters. The American Dream and Promise Act is a real common sense solution and not a rhetoric bill. Not a MAGA waste of time. Enough of this pendejada, BS garbage. Let's move forward. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question and instead support the American Dream and Promise Act, a real solution to provide relief to many people supported by Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close, and with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire how much I have left?
A gentleman has 7 minutes remaining, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania has 10 minutes remaining.
Okay. I yield myself the remaining time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the 6th time House Republicans want us to vote on nearly the exact same do-nothing border resolution. The only difference is that this time they've slapped Vice President Harris's name on it because she's running against Donald Trump. Republicans are using official government resources to settle political scores. Isn't it wrong to use taxpayer money for a campaign rally? Has anyone checked with the FEC to see if this is even allowed? They are using your taxpayer money to turn this place into a testing ground for RNC attack ads. My Republican colleagues should be embarrassed by this. They talk about their precious H.R. 2 and Homeland Security bills. Newsflash, H.R. 2 is hot garbage. It's a horrible bill that only earned 32 votes in the Senate. Even Republicans in the Senate knew it was a bad bill. They keep saying H.R. 2 is the solution, but they don't even have the votes on their side to get it to the president. And let's not get started on their Homeland Security funding bills. Those bills never even made it to the Senate because they didn't send them over. The solution is to pass a bipartisan bill. But they are worried if they pass one, it actually might work. It might secure the border. And then they won't have anything to campaign on. At the end of the day, this is all about the fact that they have no vision, only division. No ideas, only attack ads. No plans, only meaningless resolutions that do nothing and aren't worth the paper that they are printed on that. Contrast that with Kamala Harris and Democrats in terms of what we are offering. And what we are offering are real solutions, real action, a future that guarantees every American has an opportunity to succeed. We aren't afraid to work across the aisle to get things done for this country. Republicans offer nothing but anger, fear, and petty name-calling. What a joke. What a joke. Honestly, Mr. Speaker, if anyone thinks this resolution is a good idea, I think they might be in a cult. Get out of here with this nonsense. Go back to worshiping a convicted felon and let us run this place like adults. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward nominees for the office of president. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, you want to talk about division? I've got a whole list of divisive quotes from my friends across the aisle. It starts at the very top. President Biden said, and this was just days before what happened in Pennsylvania, he said that we need to put a bullseye on President Trump. That was President Biden. Former Speaker Pelosi said, and I quote, "You have to be ready to take a punch, and therefore you have to be ready to throw a punch for the children." Senator John Tester, "I don't think even in states where Donald Trump won big, that it does you any good running away from Donald Trump. I think you need to go back and punch him in the face." That was a quote from John Tester. Here's Joe Biden again. I quote, "I said, if I were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him." Congresswoman Maxine Waters, she said this quote, "And with this kind of inspiration, I will go and take out Trump tonight." And for the vice president, she too is engaged in some divisive rhetoric. When asked in April 2018 if you had to be stuck in an elevator with either President Trump, Mike Pence, or Jeff Sessions, who would it be? You know how the vice president responded? She said, "Does one of us have to come out alive?" So save me the rhetoric on divisiveness. I think the American people know where the divisive language is coming from. But let's go back to the vice president and her role as border czar. At least that's what the media was calling her up until about 3 days ago. When Harris was tapped to be border czar, she promised to, quote, "undo President Trump's border policies." And unfortunately for the American people, she made good on that promise. The Biden-Harris administration has referred to the influx of illegals as newcomers. Their word, newcomers, not illegal immigrants. She has called for the decriminalization of illegal border crossings. Border czar Harris has even supported free health care and mass amnesty for illegal immigrants. And so the question is, who pays the price for this incompetence? Well, that answer is simple. That's the American people. The border crisis has cost the United States approximately $150.7 billion every single year. That's over $1,100 per year per every American taxpayer. In southwestern Pennsylvania, my congressional district, we're one of the epicenters of the opioid crisis. Since the passage of H.R. 2, over 17,000 pounds of fentanyl have been seized at the southern border. And to get your head around how much that actually is, well, that's enough fentanyl to kill over 3.8 billion people. Nearly 15 Pennsylvanians die from drug overdoses every single day. And like I said earlier in the debate, in the United States, roughly 300 Americans every single day die of a fentanyl overdose. Now, we've also heard horror stories like the murder of Laken Riley. Laken was a 22-year-old from Georgia who was killed by an illegal immigrant from Venezuela. Another American, Rachel Morin of Maryland, she was a mother of 5, by the way. She was raped and brutally murdered by an illegal from El Salvador. Her brother Michael stated after her death, and I quote her brother, "Joe Biden and his designated border czar, Kamala Harris, opened our borders to him and others like him, empowering them to victimize the innocent. Yet to this day, we have not heard from Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. They never apologized," end quote. These brutal deaths are a direct result of border czar Harris's inaction and failed policies. That's why this week, House Republicans will rightfully condemn the Biden-Harris administration for their epic failure at the southern border. And House Democrats, well, they'll stand over there and continue to support and stand by the border czar, Vice President Harris, since they are complicit partners in this man-made disaster at our southern border. This disaster has impacted every community in our nation. With that, I yield back the balance of my time. I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
As for the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and
On
nays
this
are
meaningless
requested.
resolution.
All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
House and Senate are gathering for a joint meeting of Congress. They'll be hearing an address from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, bringing you some of the sights and sounds of the chamber ahead of the address. You're watching live coverage here on C-SPAN.
Members of Congress, I now have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel.
Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Senator Ben Cardin, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Senators, members of Congress, distinguished guests. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the profound honor of addressing this great citadel of democracy for the fourth time. We meet today at a crossroads of history. Our world is in upheaval. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization. It's a clash between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life. For the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together. Because when we stand together, something very simple happens. We win, they lose. And my friends, I came to assure you today of one thing. We will win. Ladies and gentlemen, like December 7th, 1941, and September 11th, 2001, October 7th is a day that will forever live in infamy. It was the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. It began as a perfect day, not a cloud in the sky. Thousands of young Israelis were celebrating at an outdoor music festival. And suddenly, at 6:29 a.m., as children were still sleeping soundly in their beds in the towns and kibbutzim next to Gaza, suddenly heaven turned into hell. 3,000 Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel. They butchered 1,200 people from 41 countries. including 39 Americans. Proportionately, compared to our population size, that's like 20 9/11s in one day. And these monsters, they raped women, they beheaded men, they burnt babies alive, they killed parents in front of their children, and children in front of their parents. They dragged 255 people, both living and dead, into the dark dungeons of Gaza. Israel has already brought home 135 of these hostages, including 7 who were freed in daring rescue operations. One of those freed hostages, Noor Gamani, is here in the gallery, sitting near my wife, Sarah. On the morning of October 7th, the entire world saw Noah's look of desperation as she was violently abducted to Gaza on the back of a motorcycle. I met Noah's mother, Leora, a few months ago. She was dying of cancer. She said to me, "Prime Minister, I have one final wish. I wish to hug my daughter Noah one last time before I die." 2 months ago, I authorized a breathtaking commando rescue operation. Our special forces, including a heroic officer named Arnon Zmora, who fell in this battle, rescued Noah and 3 other hostages. Noah, I think it's one of the most moving things. When Noah was reunited with her mother, Leora, and her mother's last wish came true. Noah, we're so thrilled to have you with us today. Thank you. Many hostage families are also here with us today, including Eliyahu Bibas. Eliyahu Bibas is the grandfather of those 2 beautiful red-headed boys, the Bibas boys, toddlers. And they were taken hostage with their mother and and Eliyahu's son. The entire family was taken hostage. 2 beautiful red-haired children taken hostage. What monsters. And with us also is Iris Chaim, whose son Yotam bravely escaped Hamas captivity with 2 other Israelis, and tragically they were killed making their way back to our lines. We have with us also the families of American hostages. They're here. The pain these families have endured is beyond words. I met with them again yesterday, and I promised them this: I will not rest until all their loved ones are home, all of them. as we speak, we're actively engaged in intensive efforts to secure their release, and I'm confident that these efforts can succeed. Some of them are taking place right now. I want to thank President Biden for his tireless efforts on behalf of the hostages and for his efforts to the hostage families as well. I thank President Biden for his heartfelt support for Israel after the savage attack on October 7th. He rightly called Hamas sheer evil. He dispatched 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East to deter a wider war. And he came to Israel to stand with us during our darkest hour, a visit that will never be forgotten. President Biden and I have known each other for over 40 years. I want to thank him for half a century of friendship to Israel and for being, as he says, a proud Zionist. Actually, he says a proud Irish-American Zionist. My friends, for more than 9 months, Israel's soldiers have shown boundless courage. With us today, is Lieutenant Avichai Reuven. Avichai is an officer in the Israeli paratroopers. His family immigrated to Israel from Ethiopia. In the early hours of October 7th, Avichai heard the news of Hamas's bloody rampage. He put on his uniform, grabbed his rifle, but he didn't have a car. So he ran 8 miles to the front lines of Gaza to defend his people. You heard that right. He ran 8 miles, came to the front lines, killed many terrorists, and saved many, many lives. Avichai, we all honor your remarkable heroism. Another Israeli is with us here today, and he's stand up right next to Avichai. This is Master Sergeant Ashraf al-Bakhiri. Ashraf is a Bedouin soldier from the Israeli Muslim community of Raat. On October 7th, Ashraf too killed many terrorists. First, he defended his comrades in the military base, and he then rushed to defend the neighboring communities, including the devastated community of Kibbutz Be'eri. Like Ashraf, the Muslim soldiers of the IDF fought alongside their Jewish, Druze, Christian, and other comrades in arms with tremendous bravery. A third hero, Lieutenant Asa Sofer, is also here with us. Asa fought as an officer in the Tank Corps, and he was wounded in battle. He was wounded in battle while protecting his fellow soldiers from a grenade. He lost his right arm and the vision in his left eye. He's recovering, and incredibly, within a short time, Asa will soon return to active duty as a commander of a tank company. I just learned there is a fourth hero here, Lieutenant Jonathan Ben Chamo, who lost a leg in Gaza and continued to fight. My friend, these are the soldiers of Israel, unbowed, undaunted, unafraid. As the Bible says, Am kelavi yakum. They shall rise like lions. They have risen like lions. The lions of Judah, the lions of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, the men and women of the IDF come from every corner of Israeli society. Every ethnicity, every color, every creed, left and right, religious and secular, all are imbued with the indomitable spirit of the Maccabees, the legendary Jewish warriors of antiquity. With us today is Yechiel Leiter, the father of one of those Maccabees. Yechiel's father escaped the Holocaust and found refuge in America. As a young man, Yechiel moved to Israel and raised a family of 8 children. He named his eldest son, Moshe, after his late father. Moshe became an exemplary officer in one of our elite commando units. He served with distinction for 2 decades while raising 6 beautiful children of his own. On October 7th, Moshe volunteered to return to combat. 4 weeks later, he was killed when a booby-trapped mine exploded in a tunnel shaft right next to a mosque. At his son's funeral, Yechiel said this: "If the state of Israel had not been established after the Holocaust, the image engraved in our collective memory would have been the photograph of that helpless Jewish boy in the Warsaw Ghetto holding his hands up in the air with Nazi rifles pointed at him. But because of the birth of Israel," Yechiel continued, "because of the courage of soldiers like my son Moshe, the Jewish people are no longer helpless in the face of our enemies." Yechiel, please rise so we can honor your son's sacrifice. And I pledge to you and to all the bereaved families of Israel, some of whom are in this hall today, the sacrifice of your loved ones will not be in vain. It will not be in vain, because for Israel, never again must never be an empty promise. It must always remain a sacred vow. And after October 7th, never again is now. My friends, defeating our brutal enemies requires both courage and clarity. Clarity begins by knowing the difference between good and evil. Yet incredibly, many anti-Israel protesters, many choose to stand with evil. They stand with Hamas. They stand with rapists and murderers. They stand with people who came into the kibbutzim, into a home. The parents hid the children, the two babies, in the attic, in a secret attic. They murdered the families, the parents. They found the secret latch to the hidden attic, and then they murder the babies. These protesters stand with them. They should be ashamed of themselves. They refuse to make the simple distinction between those who target terrorists and those who target civilians, between the democratic state of Israel and the terrorist thugs of Hamas. We recently learned from the National Security Director, U.S. Director of National Intelligence, that Iran is funding and promoting anti-Israel protests in America. They want to disrupt America. So these protesters burn American flags even on the 4th of July. And I wish to salute the fraternity brothers at the University of North Carolina who protected the American flag against these anti-Israel protesters. For all we know, Iran is funding the anti-Israel protests that are going on right now outside this building. Not that many, but they're there, and throughout the city. Well, I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots. Some of these protesters, and it's amazing, absolutely amazing, some of these protesters hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC. These protesters chant from the river to the sea, but many don't have a clue what river and what sea they're talking about. They not only get an F in geography, they get an F in history. They call Israel a colonialist state. Don't they know that the land of Israel is where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob prayed, where Isaiah and Jeremiah preached, and where David and Solomon ruled? For nearly 4,000 years, the land of Israel has been the homeland of the Jewish people. It's always been our home. It will always be our home. It's not only the campus protesters who get it wrong. It's also the people who run those campuses. 80 years after the Holocaust, the presidents of Harvard, Penn, and I'm ashamed to say my alma mater, MIT, couldn't bring themselves to condemn the calls for the genocide of Jews. You remember what they said? They said, it depends on the context. Well, let me give these befuddled academics a little context. Anti-Semitism is the world's oldest hatred. For centuries, the massacre of Jews was always preceded by wild accusations. We were accused of everything from poisoning wells to spreading plagues, to using the blood of slaughtered children to bake Passover matzahs. These preposterous anti-Semitic lies led to persecution, mass murder, and ultimately to history's worst genocide, the Holocaust. Now, just as malicious lies were leveled for centuries at the Jewish people, malicious lies are now being leveled at the Jewish state. No, don't applaud. Listen. The outrageous slanders that paint Israel as racist and genocidal are meant to delegitimize Israel, to demonize the Jewish state, and to demonize Jews everywhere. And no wonder we've witnessed an appalling rise of anti-Semitism in America and around the world. My friends, whenever and wherever we see the scourge of anti-Semitism, we must unequivocally condemn it and resolutely fight it, without exception. And don't be fooled when the blood libels against the Jewish state come from people who wear fancy silk robes and speak in lofty tones about law and justice. Here's a case in point. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving the people of Gaza. This is utter, complete nonsense. It's a complete fabrication. Israel has enabled more than 40,000 aid trucks to enter Gaza. That's 500,000 tons of food, and that's more than 3,000 calories for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. If there are Palestinians in Gaza who aren't getting enough food, it's not because Israel is blocking it, it's because Hamas is stealing it. So much for that lie, but here's another. The ICC prosecutor accuses Israel of deliberately targeting civilians. What in God's green earth is he talking about? The IDF has dropped millions of flyers, sent millions of text messages, made hundreds of thousands of phone calls to get Palestinian civilians out of harm's way. But at the same time, Hamas does everything in its power to put Palestinian civilians in harm's way. They fire rockets from schools, from hospitals, from mosques. They even shoot their own people when they try to leave the war zone. A senior Hamas official, Fatri Hamad, boasted, listen to this, he boasted that Palestinian women and children excel at being human shields. His words, excel at being human shields. What monstrous evil. For Israel, every civilian death is a tragedy. For Hamas, it's a strategy. They actually want Palestinian civilians to die so that Israel will be smeared in the international media and be pressured to end the war before it's won. This would enable Hamas to survive another day and, as they vowed, to carry out October 7th again and again and again. Well, I want to assure you, no matter what pressure is brought to bear, I will never allow that to happen. The vast majority of Americans have not fallen for this Hamas propaganda. They continue to support Israel. And I want to say thank you, America, and thank you, senators and House members who continue to support us, continue to support Israel, continue to support the truth and see through the lies. But as for the minority that may have fallen for Hamas's con's job, I suggest you listen to Colonel John Spencer. John Spencer is head of urban warfare studies at West Point. He studied every major urban conflict. I was going to say in modern history. He corrected me, no, in history. Israel, he said, has implemented more precautions to prevent civilian harm than any military in history and beyond what international law requires. That's why, despite all the lies you've heard, the war in Gaza has one of the lowest ratios of combatants to non-combatants casualties in the history of urban warfare. And you want to know where it's lowest in Gaza? It's lowest in Rafah. In Rafah. Remember what so many people said? If Israel goes into Rafah, there'll be thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of civilians killed. Well, last week, I went into Rafah. I visited our troops as they finished fighting Hamas's remaining terrorist battalions. I asked the commander there, how many terrorists did you take out in Rafah? He gave me an exact number, 1,203. I asked him, how many civilians were killed? He said, Prime Minister, practically none, with the exception of a single incident where shrapnel from a bomb hit a Hamas weapons depot and unintentionally killed 24 people. The answer is practically none. You want to know why? Because Israel got the civilians out of harm's way, something people said we could never do, but we did it. These heroes here today, the heroic soldiers of Israel, should not be condemned for how they're conducting the war in Gaza. They should be commended for it. I want to thank all of you here today who forcefully opposed the false accusations of the ICC and stood up for the truth. These lies are not only libelous, they're downright dangerous. The ICC is trying to shackle Israel's hands and prevent us from defending ourselves. And if Israel's hands are tied, America is next. And I'll tell you what else is next. The ability of all democracies to fight terrorism will be imperiled. That's what's on the line. So let me assure you, the hands of the Jewish state will never be shackled. Israel will always defend itself. My friends, in the Middle East, Iran is virtually behind all the terrorism, all the turmoil, all the chaos, all the killing. And that should come as no surprise. When he founded the Islamic Republic, Ayatollah Khomeini pledged, "We will export our revolution to the entire world." We will export the Islamic revolution to the entire world. Now ask yourself, which country ultimately stands in the way of Iran's maniacal plans to impose radical Islam on the world? And the answer is clear. It's America, the guardian of Western civilization and the world's greatest power. That's why Iran sees America as its greatest enemy. Last month, we heard a revealing comment, ostensibly about the war in Gaza, but about something else. It came from the foreign minister of Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, and he said this: "This is not a war with Israel. Israel," he said, "is merely a tool. The main war, the real war, is with America." Iran's regime has been fighting America from the moment it came to power. In 1979, it stormed the American embassy. It held scores of Americans hostage for 444 days. Since then, Iran's terrorist proxies have targeted America in the Middle East and beyond. In Beirut, they killed 241 U.S. servicemen. In Africa, they bombed American embassies. In Iraq, they supplied explosives to maim and kill thousands of American soldiers. In America, they actually sent death squads. They sent death squads here to murder a former Secretary of State and a former National Security Advisor. And as we recently learned, they even brazenly threatened to assassinate President Trump. But Iran understands that to truly challenge America, it must first conquer the Middle East. And for this, it uses its many proxies, including the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. Yet in the heart of the Middle East, standing in Iran's way, is one proud pro-American democracy, my country, the State of Israel. That's why the mobs in Tehran chant death to Israel before they chant death to America. For Iran, Israel is first, America is next. So when Israel fights Hamas, we're fighting Iran. When we fight Hezbollah, we're fighting Iran. When we fight the Houthis, we're fighting Iran. And when we fight Iran, we're fighting the most radical and murderous enemy of the United States of America. And one more thing. When Israel acts to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons that could destroy Israel and threaten every American city, every city that you come from, we're not only protecting ourselves, we're protecting you. My friends, if you remember one thing from the speech, remember this: our enemies are your enemies. Our fight is your fight, and our victory will be your victory. Ladies and gentlemen, that victory is in sight. Israel's defeat of Hamas will be a powerful blow to Iran's axis of terror. Another part of that axis, Hezbollah, attacked Israel on October 8th, a day after the Hamas attack. It has launched thousands of missiles and drones against us. 80,000 of our citizens in northern Israel evacuated their homes, becoming effectively refugees in their own land. We are committed to returning them home. We prefer to achieve this diplomatically, but let me be clear. Israel will do whatever it must do to restore security to our northern border and return our people safely to their homes. Last Friday, a third Iranian proxy, the Houthis, attacked Tel Aviv with a deadly drone. It exploded a few hundred feet from the American consulate, killing one person and injuring 9. On Saturday, I authorized a swift response to that attack. All our enemies should know this. Those who attack Israel will pay a very heavy price. And as we defend ourselves, on all fronts, I know that America has our back, and I thank you for it. All sides of the aisle, thank you. My friends, for decades, America has provided Israel with generous military assistance, and a grateful Israel has provided America with critical intelligence that saved many lives. We've jointly developed some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth. I choose my words carefully. We've jointly developed some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth that help protect both our countries. And we also help keep American boots, we help keep Americans' boots off the ground while protecting our shared interests in the Middle East. I deeply appreciate America's support, including in this current war. But this is an exceptional moment. Fast-tracking U.S. military aid can dramatically expedite an end to the war in Gaza and help prevent a broader war in the Middle East. In World War II, as Britain fought on the front lines of civilization, Winston Churchill appealed to Americans with these famous words: "Give us the tools and we'll finish the job." Today, as Israel fights on the front line of civilization, I too appeal to America. Give us the tools faster and we'll finish the job faster. My dear friends, the war in Gaza could end tomorrow if Hamas surrenders, disarms, and returns all the hostages. But if they don't, Israel will fight until we destroy Hamas's military capabilities, end its rule in Gaza, and bring all our hostages home. That's what total victory means, and we will settle for nothing less. The day after we defeat Hamas, a new Gaza can emerge. My vision for that day is of a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Israel does not seek to resettle Gaza, but for the foreseeable future, We must retain overriding security control there to prevent the resurgence of terror, to ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. Gaza should have a civilian administration run by Palestinians who do not seek to destroy Israel. That's not too much to ask. It's a fundamental thing that we have a right to demand and to receive. A new generation of Palestinians must no longer be taught to hate Jews, but rather to live in peace with us. Those twin words, demilitarization and de-radicalization, those two concepts were applied to Germany and Japan after World War II, and that led to decades of peace, prosperity, and security. Following our victory, with the help of regional partners, the demilitarization and de-radicalization of Gaza can also lead to a future of security, prosperity, and peace. That's my vision for Gaza. Now, here's my vision for the broader Middle East. It's also shaped in part by what we saw in the aftermath of World War II. After that war, America forged a security alliance in Europe to counter the growing Soviet threat. Likewise, America and Israel today can forge a security alliance in the Middle East to counter the growing Iranian threat. All countries that are at peace with Israel and all those countries who will make peace with Israel should be invited to join this alliance. We saw a glimpse of that potential alliance on April 14th. Led by the United States, more than half a dozen nations worked alongside Israel to help neutralize hundreds of missiles and drones launched by Iran against us. Thank you, President Biden, for bringing that coalition together. The new alliance I envision would be a natural extension of the groundbreaking Abraham Accords. Those accords saw peace forged between Israel and 4 Arab countries, and they were supported by Republicans and Democrats alike. I have a name for this new alliance. I think we should call it the Abraham Alliance. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in brokering the historic Abraham Accords. Like Americans, Israelis were relieved that President Trump emerged safe and sound from that dastardly attack on him, dastardly attack on American democracy. There is no room for political violence in democracies. I also want to thank President Trump for all the things he did for Israel, from recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, to confronting Iran's aggression, to recognizing Jerusalem as our capital and moving the American embassy there. That's Jerusalem, our eternal capital, never to be divided again. My dear friends, Democrats and Republicans, despite these times of upheaval, I'm hopeful about the future. I'm hopeful about Israel because my people, the Jewish people, emerged from the depths of hell, from dispossession and genocide. And against all odds, we restored our sovereignty in our ancient homeland. We built a powerful and vibrant democracy, a democracy that pushes the boundaries of innovation for the betterment of all humanity. I'm hopeful about America because I'm hopeful about Americans. I know how much the people of this country have sacrificed to defend freedom. America will continue to be a force for light and good in a dark and dangerous world. For free peoples everywhere, America remains the beacon of liberty its extraordinary founders envisioned back in 1776. Working together, I'm confident that our two nations will vanquish the tyrants and terrorists who threaten us both. As Israel's Prime Minister, I promise you this: no matter how long it takes, no matter how difficult the road ahead, Israel will not relent, Israel will not bend. We will defend our land, we will defend our people, we will fight until we achieve victory. Victory over liberty, rather victory of liberty over tyranny, victory of life over death, victory of good over evil. That's our solemn commitment. And we will continue to work with the United States and our Arab partners to transform a troubled region from a backwater of repression, poverty, and war into a thriving oasis of dignity, prosperity, and peace. In this noble mission, as in many others, Israel will always remain America's indispensable ally. Through thick and thin, in good times and in bad, Israel will always be your loyal friend and your steadfast partner. On behalf of the people of Israel, I came here today to say thank you, America. Thank you for your support and solidarity. Thank you for standing in Israel, with Israel, in our hour of need. Together we shall defend our common civilization. Together we shall secure a brilliant future for both our nations. May God bless Israel, may God bless America, and may God bless the great alliance between Israel and America forever.
gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 82, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-602, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Does any member wish to change their vote? Committee of the whole. Thank you. $205. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, but the House is not in order.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize an exemplary North Carolinian and someone who's a visible, active leader in his community, Scott Sewell. At the end of August, Scott will be retiring from Cook Medical, a company where he has built a distinguished career spanning nearly 40 years. He has previously served as the chairman of the Winston-Salem Chamber of Commerce, as president of the Winston-Salem Police Foundation, and represented Cook Medical on the boards of NC Bio and the North Carolina Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Speaker, Scott is a workhorse, and everyone who's fortunate to know him can attest to this simple fact. Congratulations, Scott, on your well-deserved retirement. Your work has left an indelible mark upon the lives of many across the Tar Heel State. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to the Speaker. On the House floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my friend Sergeant Erwin Rosenberg of the San Fernando Police Department as he prepares to retire with a distinguished and honorable career as police commander next month. Sergeant Rosenberg is a staple in our community, and for more than 40 years, he has dedicated his life to public service. He has served as a board member and advocate for many charitable and professional organizations such as the Special Olympics of Southern California. He's brought joy to children for many years as he played Santa Claus for local organizations. Sergeant Rosenberg will tell you it was his childhood dream to become a police officer, and he did that and he achieved it in his late 40s. At the age of 49, he graduated first in his class from the Rio Hondo Police Academy, and he joined the San Fernando Police Department. He wears his passion for public safety and service on his sleeve. He spearheaded the reestablishment of the Neighborhood and Business Watch programs in the city of San Fernando and the National Night Out program. As an exemplary career, he has come to benefit many in the Northeast San Fernando Valley and throughout the entire state. Today, we celebrate his 20 years of service in the city of San Fernando. Sergeant Rosenberg, thank you for your leadership and dedication to our community, and enjoy your family and your retirement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Ed Zipper on his 93rd birthday. A local legend, Ed was born in Savannah, Georgia in 1931. He grew up working on his family farm along US 17. He attended Savannah High School before earning an agricultural engineering degree from the University of Georgia. He went on to coach basketball in 1965, forming one of the few racially integrated teams in the state. Well liked by all, he was persuaded to run for the state senate, ultimately winning the seat and serving the state senate from 1967 to 1975. Serving on 13 committees, he was instrumental in building the Skidaway Island State Park, Fort McAllister State Park, and Kings Ferry Ogeechee River Public Recreational Area. He was dedicated to protecting and preserving land in South Georgia. In addition, Ed served as president of the Chatham County Farm Bureau for 40 years. Ed has dedicated his life into serving those around him and continues to do so, that going on 93 years strong. We are thankful for great Americans such as Ed Zipper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does my friend the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
It's with a heavy heart that I rise today to honor the life of a local hero, Juliana Truchetti, who lost her life fighting the Horse Gulch wildfire in Montana. Many Central Illinoisans know Juliana as the owner of the Aviatori Coffee House in Springfield and will remember her for her warm smile. But she was also a skilled and passionate pilot, an admired figure in our aviation community. With over 6,000 flight hours, she has been flying airplanes for 17 years, from agricultural dusting planes to her favorite, the Fireboss. A few months ago, when she took the next step to become a full-time aerial firefighter, Juliana said that it was a dream job and that she was proud to be a part of a mission. She answered the call to service, stepping up to help protect communities and save lives. Juliana will be remembered for her bravery and passion, her devotion to her son, and her love of good coffee. As we mourn her loss, let us send our thoughts and prayers to her loved ones and everyone who has been touched and inspired by her life. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to wish a very special 100th birthday to my friend and constituent, Mr. Oakley Ferris. Mr. Ferris grew up near Lexington, Kentucky. After graduating from high school, he enlisted in the United States Army and fought heroically in World War II. After returning from his tour of duty in Europe, Mr. Ferris settled in Covington, Kentucky, and began working as a salesman, traveling up and down the East Coast. It was on a sales trip to Miami that Mr. Ferris met his future wife, Eva. An immigrant from Havana, Cuba, Eva went on to study at Columbia University. Together, the Ferrises built a very successful business. Mr. Ferris and his late wife made countless charitable investments in our community. I'm grateful for all of that Mr. Ferris has done for my constituents, and I'm honored to represent him in Washington, D.C. Happy birthday, Oakley. May you have many more years of good health and happiness. I yield back.
Happy birthday, Mr. Ferris. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to the highly partisan resolution criticizing Vice President Kamala Harris's work on the border. Like so many Americans, my constituents are sick and tired, and they're worried that immigration and border security are being used as political talking points instead of a policy priority. And I agree. But facts are facts. It's been over 100 days since congressional Republicans walked away from the table on the most comprehensive bipartisan border security deal in decades because former President Trump wants to politicize the issue rather than to find an actual solution. Let's be clear, Trump killed the deal. Mr. Speaker, the best way to restore order at the border and fix our broken immigration system is passing a bill through Congress. That's exactly what the Biden-Harris administration wanted to do. I know we can get this done, but only if we work together, not as Democrats and Republicans, but as Americans. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor my dear friend and an extraordinary citizen of New York's 23rd Congressional District and a devoted public servant, David Wilfong. David has been a pillar of the Jamestown community, serving as county legislator and a former chairman of the Chautauqua County Republican Committee. He's also a U.S. Army veteran and the director of maintenance at the Rehabilitation Center in Olean. His life and his remarkable achievements can teach us all a lot about public service. His work on projects like the Juneteenth Festival and the Northside Community and Chattacoin Park projects shows his continued commitment to making Jamestown a better place to live, work, and raise a family. Dave never fails to reach across the aisle to get things done, and he always puts people above politics. I'm proud to call David a friend, and his support over the years means the world to me. He's built a legacy of service and kindness that will continue to inspire our community for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
You. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Cedric Huntley, a community leader who dedicated his life to improving the lives of young people and making Rhode Island a safer place to live. Cedric, known by many as Mr. Ced, was a powerful force for good. He served as site director of the South Providence Recreation Center, located right where he grew up on the south side of Providence, and wore many hats as counselor, mentor, and listener to members of the community. It was through his life experience and empathy for others that he connected with Rhode Islanders from all walks of life to build relationships for positive change. He came out of retirement to lead the Nonviolence Institute as an executive director to break cycles of violence that plague too many neighborhoods. The Nonviolence Institute does crucial work in Greater Providence to serve as a bridge between community members at risk from violence and social service agencies and law enforcement to reduce crime and support victims. When I served as Rhode Island's general treasurer, I ran the state's crime victims compensation program and had the privilege of working with Cedric and his team to help hundreds of Rhode Islanders who were victims of violent crimes get the compensation that they needed to get back on their feet. During this time, I saw firsthand the work he did as a peacemaker and how he worked to prevent acts of violence before they occurred. It was an honor and a privilege to work with him. His legacy will live on for a long time through the lives that he touched. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation facing Israel is critical and it's escalating. The nation is under attack, not just from isolated factions, but from a coordinated effort orchestrated by Iran. Rockets have rained down on Israel from Lebanon, the Gaza Strip, and Yemen, forcing Israel to defend its citizens and its sovereignty from these relentless threats. It's crucial to understand these attacks are not random acts of violence, but are part of a larger, more coordinated plan. Each of these regions there exists a militia backed by Iran. In the Gaza Strip, it's Hamas. In Yemen, it's the Houthis. In Lebanon, it's the Hezbollah. These groups are not acting independently. They are funded, supplied, and directed by Iran as part of a calculated strategy to encircle and weaken Israel. The current situation is exacerbated by the policies of previous U.S. administrations and currently the Biden one that's only encouraged Iran. Secretary Blinken recently warned that Iran is potentially within weeks of nuclear weapon capabilities. It's not hyperbole, it's a dire reality. I appreciate greatly Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu today speaking to us to underline how important our alliance is with Israel and that victory is the only acceptable outcome over the vile acts of Hamas. We must stand with Israel. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to speak on the floor for 1 minute and to rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, like Mr. Magaziner previously, I wanted to recognize and stand with Rhode Islanders who are in mourning for a giant in our community, Mr. Cedric Paul Huntley. Cedric, or Mr. Ced as he was known, was a convener of communities, a staunch advocate for peace. As the executive director of the Nonviolence Institute and throughout all of his youth development work, he led with heart and he led with compassion, striving to end the cycles of violence that tear families and neighborhoods apart. In this effort, he lived by example. You could always find Mr. Ced spreading the gospel of kindness, whether it was strangers he had just met or loved ones he had known for years. Above all, Cedric believed in service to others. His legacy lives on through his work in state government, in our school systems, and through his work as a small business owner and as a champion for Rhode Island's charitable causes. Last week, we came together for Cedric's memorial service and procession. Today, it is my privilege to speak his name on the House floor, the People's House, and entering into the congressional record so that he and that legacy, may live on for generations to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this past Saturday, I joined the community of Bryan, Ohio, and people from across our region to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Spangler Candy Company's famous Dum Dums. These lollipops and Spangler itself are a true Williams County institution that have made Northwest Ohio proud for generations. It was great to see so many friendly faces, and both young and old, including local officials, community members, families, children, and members of the namesake Spangler family themselves. Dum Dums are so synonymous with Bryan, Ohio, their town water tower is made to look like a bundle of these famous suckers. I don't miss an opportunity to share these homegrown gems. Earlier this month, I brought a bunch of lollipops to each of my colleagues on the House Appropriations Committee to keep them sweet and kind. I invite all my colleagues to stop by my office to grab a Dum Dum or come out to Bryan to tour Spangler's magnificent facility. Cheers to many more years of these sweet treats and delightful people of all ages across the globe. Onward, Dum Dums, onward, Spangler. Onward, Bryan, Ohio. We are so proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend two of my incredible constituents for Disability Pride Month, Karen Tamley and Michelle Garcia. Karen and Michelle are both leaders with the disability community and serve Chicago through their work at Access Living. Karen serves as the CEO of Access Living, and prior to that served 3 Chicago mayors as commissioner of the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities. She has served on a wide variety of government and nonprofit boards and has made a lifetime of contributions to disability advocacy locally and nationally. I commend you, Karen. And as their Latina community organizer through her exceptional leadership, relationship building, and advocacy, Michelle has increased the number of Latina people with disabilities leading the work on issues like immigration and health care. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my greatest honor to commend Karen Tamley and Michelle Garcia for making Chicago a more inclusive and accessible city for all of its residents. Congratulations. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Old Dominion seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Virginia athletes who will soon compete in the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris. This year, nearly 600 athletes will compete for Team USA, including 15 talented individuals from the Commonwealth of Virginia. As we look forward to Friday's opening ceremony and prepare to cheer on our Olympians, we have to recognize the incredible achievement of having been bestowed the honor and privilege that they have in representing our country on the world stage. Their success is a testament to their relentless pursuit of greatness, the years of rigorous training, the sacrifice, and the instrumental support of their families, their friends, their coaches, and their communities. Today, I commend these Americans, these Virginians, for their exceptional talents, for the challenges they have overcome, and for the countless hours they have dedicated to mastering their sport. These athletes carry with them a pride and encouragement of every Virginian, and I wish them the best of luck as they make our Commonwealth and our country proud. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.